I hope the national anthem is ready any moment from now. We would have our VIP in the room, and I expect that all of us should be ready to receive him. As soon as he comes in and settles by his chair, we'll have the national anthem, and after the national anthem, we'll go straight to business. I want to thank you all for your cooperation. I hope this is what to our witness throughout this event, as we all sit and plan to make agriculture the bedrock of our economy. Thank you so much. Please be seated or find a comfortable place for you. I'd like to recognize my colleagues from the media. I hope you have secured a vantage position, as you will not be moving around during the meeting. So it's important that you find yourself a vantage position where you can get all your shots, and so we'll have a seamless time together. Thank you for your attention. Can we please, those of us that are standing, can we spread ourselves around, please? We don't want too many people clustered. Please, can you just spread yourself as far as you can? Thank you. I'm appealing to my colleagues. Can we please spread ourselves?
Hello. Testing microphone 1 2. Sound check 2 3 4 8 9 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sound check 6 7 8. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you very much. Can we please?
I don't know where you're seated.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you all. Shall we please have the national anthem?
Recording in progress.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And thank you all. Can we please all settle down? His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Budget and National Planning, Senator Atiku A. Bagudu, CON. His Excellency, Senator Abubakar Kyari, Honorable Minister, Agriculture and Food Security. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ebonyi State, Patricia Oyemechi Obila. Your Excellency, Princess Adejoke Orelope Adefulure, former Deputy Governor and the one who is saddled with the responsibility of the S. Special advisors here present. I'd like quickly also to recognize all members of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations here present. I'd like also to recognize in person Mrs. Stephen Bintia Chikaye, who is the FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for West Africa. I'd also like to recognize that her counterpart from Central Africa is also here with us. I'd also like to recognize that we have country directors. I have one IFAD, Mrs. Dede Ekune. Like also to recognize that we have with us the Honorable Minister from the Gambia, Dr. Demba Sabali, who is here with us, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Security to the Gambia. We have the Executive Secretary of SILAS. We have His Excellency, the Ambassador of EU to Nigeria. You're welcome. We have also with us the Sub-Regional Coordinator for Central Africa, from FAO. I have here a long list of everyone that is here. But most importantly, I have here the Nigerian, the West African, the Central African voices who will be speaking to food and security. Before that, I shouldn't miss this because I don't know how I will face him if I do miss that. Yes, the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, but most importantly, my brother, my son, like I call him, Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu, who is the Minister of State, Federal Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. All these VIPs I have mentioned, we need to give them a very loud round of applause. So I come to you in peace for a secured food security on behalf of the federal government of Nigeria, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and of course, the Hand in Hand initiative that has brought all of us here together. Food security is a major challenge. For those of us in Nigeria, West Africa, and the Sahel, we lay claim to a large expanse of arable and semi-arable land for agricultural purposes and can probably feed all of Africa and beyond. In spite of this large natural resources base and abundance of human resources for agriculture and its support services, we are agriculturally challenged, to understate it. We do not have food security, and the insecurity also posing a major challenge to the agriculture value chain. Now, but how can we get past this? The hand-to-hand approach calls us to pool resources, align strategies, and strengthen partnerships between governments, development partners, private sector actors, and local communities working hand in hand to unlock the full potentials of agriculture. This is with a unique opportunity to chart a collective roadmap, one that will give priority to innovation, enhance regional value chains, improve access to finance and technology, and ensure that smallholder farmers, the true heroes of food security, are not left behind. Indeed, nobody is left behind. Because this is my passion, food security, as a woman, as a mother, as a grandmother, and as a wife. I think it is when you see food on the table that it excites you, that everybody can eat and eat appropriately. So that we're here together to make history, can you please give yourselves a round of applause? I'm putting this together, headed by the dynamic engineer of water and irrigation expertise, the man who has been seeing it, and I'm not sure he has been sleeping very well, but I'm sure after today, he will be able to sleep because we'll have made some headway. He's going to welcome us with his remarks. The FAO representative in Nigeria, and Dr. Hussein Gaidan. Let's welcome him very, very warmly to welcome us to this event today.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Kasim Shettima, GCON, Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kiari, CON, Honorable Minister of Water Resources, and Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Atiku, CON, Honorable Minister of Livestock and Development and his representative, Honorable Ministers of Agriculture and countries participating to this forum, FAO sub-regional coordinators, Central Africa, FAO representatives from the Excellencies, members of diplomatic corps, heads of development partners, international financial institutions, and private sector leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and the members of the press, all protocols respected. On behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this pivotal National Hand-in-Hand Investment Forum. Today, we gather not just to discuss, but to catalyze action. Not just to plan, but to partner. And not just to invest, but to transform. The Hand-in-Hand Initiative is an FAO evidence-based, country-led and country-owned flagship program designed to accelerate agricultural transformation and sustainable rural development. It is squarely aimed at eradicating poverty and ending hunger in all its forms, nutrition, and reducing inequalities. It is our vehicle for achieving the SDGs and is fully aligned with both the FAO strategic framework approved by our member states, including Nigeria, and Africa's own vision as outlined in the new Kampala Declaration. Your Excellencies, let me mention that in Nigeria, the Hand-in-Hand Initiative has made remarkable strides in identifying and matching investment opportunities in agriculture with interests of private sector, bilateral and multilateral developments, and international financial institutions. Through collaborative efforts, we have supported the development of bankable investment cases across priority agricultural value chains, unlocking new pathways for food security, nutrition, job creation, and economic growth. We have worked closely with federal and state authorities to identify high-impact opportunities across critical agricultural value chains using our advanced spatial platform and data lab. We have moved from anecdote to evidence, pinpointing where investments can yield the greatest return in terms of food security, job creation, and economic growth. Let me appreciate the collaboration and support received from the respective government ministry. Distinguished guests and partners, the success of this initiative is measured by the partnership it has forged. We have made significant strides in matching private sector players, bilateral and multilateral development partners with Nigeria's clear agricultural development priorities. These are not just commitments on paper. They are tangible investments beginning to drive transformative and sustainable growth within our agri-food systems. Furthermore, a key member of the Hand-in-Hand Initiative for the Sahel Initiative at sub-regional level, Nigeria is championing critical front-runner of growth, micro and macro investments in water and irrigation. This is a game changer, unlocking the immense potential of our agriculture and fisheries sectors, building resilience against climate shocks, and ensuring water is not just a barrier, but a catalyst for abundance. None of the progress achieved so far would be possible without the unwavering commitment and leadership at the highest level of the Nigerian government. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, my brother, Senator Kiari, and his dedicated team for their visionary leadership and tireless efforts in driving the Hand-in-Hand Initiative at the country level. Their commitment to making a sustainable impact is evident in the progress we see today. I equally extend our sincere appreciation to the Honorable Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, who will join us on Thursday, and his technical team for their commitment, their dedication to the regional hand-in-hand initiative for the Sahel. Their work in championing sustainable investment in water resources and irrigation is critical to unlocking the full potential of Nigeria's agriculture and fisheries sector. We also recognize the strategic role played by the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Honorable Abu Bakr, my brother here, whose guidance and coordination have been instrumental in seeing the investment process. Their support to the steering committee has helped shape a coherent and impactful investment. Thank you very much, sir. You said we have to do it right, and thank you very much. Above all, we salute the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for his genuine commitment and advisory leadership in transforming Nigeria's agri-food systems. I was with him in 2 sessions, and he's a very patient person about agri-food systems. His passion for agriculture, food security, and nutrition is unmatched. He has been a driving force in attracting crucial investments and fostering innovation, and his continued engagements deserves our highest commendation. Thank you very much, sir. To our private sector partners who are here with us today and across the country, bilateral and multilateral development partners and international financial institutions, we thank you for your invaluable contribution and investment in Nigeria's agri-food systems, your support in making a real difference, and we call on you to deepen your collaboration as we move forward under the banner of a renewed hope. We acknowledge also the key support from the private sector and multilateral and bilateral partners. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today is also an occasion to commend and thank all our partners, the private sector, bilateral and multilateral development agencies, and international financial institutions. Your contributions and investments are the lifeblood of this transformation. You have believed in the vision and your engagement in building a brighter, more food-secure future for all Nigerians. This forum is a strategic to translate our shared ambitions into concrete investment action and to follow up on our commitments in the previous years. Further, it is an opportunity to showcase bankable opportunities, secure stakeholders buy-in, and build the partnerships necessary to mobilize funding for our national and regional priorities. It also serves as a crucial stepping stone towards the Global Hand-in-Hand Investment Forum Roundtable in Rome in October 13 to 17 this year. Therefore, my call for action today is one of collaborative ambitions. Let us use this forum to strengthen our resolve to identify new opportunities and to forge the partnerships that we will answer call for a renewable hope in Nigeria's agricultural sector. Let us work hand in hand to drive the investments that will ensure increased food security, improved nutrition, better jobs, and sustainable economic growth for the people of Nigeria. Thank you, and we wish us all very fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hussein Gadan, who is the FAO representative in Nigeria and ECOWAS. Indeed, hand in hand, we'll move together to bring this to reality, and he has spoken to evidence-based, tangible improvements that this will bring. Since he's talking about partnership, please let me recognize that we have representing the NASIMA president, Dr. Jani Ibrahim, architect Kabiru, who himself is chair, agriculture and investment trade. A big round of applause. The one, yes. Said No farmer, no future. And I think that's why we're here today. So let's applaud the fact that is representing all those farmers who are not here with us but working on the land as we proceed with the. I'd like to invite now, they call him popularly Takis. I've been told I can call him Takis, and he would come and speak to us. He's an economist from the Food and Agriculture Organization. Let's welcome Takis.
Good morning, Excellencies, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency, Vice President, Your Excellencies, Ministers, delegates from the Diplomatic Corps. I would like to recognize all protocol before starting. Excellencies, delegates as well. I am Panagiotis Karfakis. I go by Takis. I am an economist working in headquarters in Rome with the Food and Agriculture Organization. And I am here to present just some simple information about the Hand-in-Hand initiative that also our colleague and FAO representative in Nigeria, Hussein Gadain, just introduced. The Hand-in-Hand initiative was launched by the Director General of FAO back in late 2019, early 2020, with the objective to contribute to Sustainable Development Goals 1, 2, and 10. That is to poverty reduction, hunger eradication, and reduction of inequalities. Now, a lot of the things that we do here in FAO, but of course, all our brother and sister agencies, they contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. The ones that but also many more. The idea of the Hand-in-Hand initiative, conceived by the Director General and operationalized by the Chief Economist of FAO, is to try to do that through investments. That is through utilizing technical tools that FAO has been putting together, evidence in order to identify investment opportunities in the country members of the initiative, that they leverage the agricultural potential that remains unexploited, but at the same time they target the areas, the regions, the territories in each country that they have high poverty, high food insecurity, and high inequality. So the idea behind Hand-in-Hand is investments. Now, how we do that? The Food and Agriculture Organization has been putting together, as our FAO representative in Nigeria mentioned, a huge geospatial information platform with millions of layers of data, all of them georeferenced around agriculture, around food systems, around the environment. This is the Hand-in-Hand Geospatial Information Assist platform that has been awarded with several prizes the previous years. We utilize this information in order to identify specific locations at the smallest detail of agriculture, geographic disaggregation, that they indicate where are the major supply areas, what are the climate characteristics, other agroecological, biophysical characteristics. Information with socioeconomic information that indicates how people derive their livelihoods in each country that it is member of the Hand-in-Hand initiative. By putting these different layers of information together, we are able to identify the areas that the potential in agriculture is still unexploited. And at the same time, there is high poverty, as I mentioned already. Now, this is the first part of the work. As soon as we are able to produce this type of georeferenced information, maps basically, that they indicate areas with high potential, high poverty, we communicate, of course, with the government that is the owner and the leader of the initiative in order to identify what are the priority regions that the government would like to see investments. And then, as soon as this is happening, with the support of our investment center, we enter into a dialogue with the development partners, with the key stakeholders in value chains, always under the leadership of the government, in order to conduct economic and financial analysis about the specific investments in the specific that the government would like to see investments. So this is the second part of the technical work conducting. And then, beyond that, we organize forums. investment forums, platform of dialogue between the development partners, the private sector, where the governments that they are members of the initiative, they discuss directly on the opportunities that they have been analyzed being indicated as priorities from the governments. These opportunities that they have been analyzed, they offer what we call win-win solutions for all. For the government, because they leverage the potential of their agricultural sector. For the people that they are targeted at under the investments, because they will see their farming business expanding, increasing. They will increase their incomes. And of course, they will be lifted out of poverty, because as I mentioned earlier, target areas are those that the poverty is higher. And at the same time, they are profits for the private sector. The idea is, throughout this analysis, to identify this type of profitable opportunities for everyone participating, as I mentioned earlier. On behalf of FAO, what we benefit is that we do our job. We support the development of the agricultural sector. We contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, to eradication of food insecurity, as I mentioned earlier. The objective of the initiative is not to mobilize funding for FAO, is to facilitate the engagement of countries that they are members of the initiative with development partners in order to channel the resources into these opportunities that I described a bit earlier. We organize, as I mentioned, investment forums like this one. Just last week, another regional investment forum was taking place in Southern Africa, where member countries of the Hand-in-Hand initiative and at the regional level, the complementary investments were presented to development partners in the private sector. Similarly, this week, today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, the national program for Nigeria that has been supported from Hand-in-Hand will be presented later on to you, indicating the investment opportunities that they are remunerative. They have positive returns for all participants that they wish to dedicate resources in the agri-food systems in the country. Similarly, tomorrow, at the regional initiative for the Sahel, investments at the regional level that they relate with irrigation, smallholder irrigation, 3 irrigation technologies actually, will be presented to you with the same objective. One key element of the initiative that I forgot to mention is that the investment opportunities that we analyze, they are environmentally sustainable at the same time. It's part of the win-win solutions. We calculate the carbon emissions or the losses of biodiversity in the cases that an intervention takes place. Our objective through this type of work is to identify investments that not only are profitable, but also environmentally sustainable. The idea is, if possible, to have investments that they contribute positively to the environment, or at least to minimize the trade-offs. Basically, this is the Hand-in-Hand initiative. The objective is to facilitate, as I mentioned, the country members of the initiative to discuss, to come in dialogue with development partners and the private sector in order to invest the resources. The idea is also to see in which ways we can share finance and we can share a risk, because many development partners, they indicate that this is necessary in order to be able to engage. And I will mention to you just some numbers ever since we started. The initial ambition of the initiative, when it was launched by the Director General globally, after 5 years of the initiative, we have at the moment currently 83 programs that we support globally. Just last week or 2 weeks ago, Ghana joined the program. There was an official request from the government of Ghana to receive support from the Hand-in-Hand initiative. A few weeks ago, it was the country of Jordan. In March, it was DRC, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and our country representative is also here, and it is in an effort, in a fast-track effort, in order to develop an investment program, given the interest of various partners as well, especially from the European Union, but also many others in the private sector. Now, of course, the number of countries willing to be members of the initiative is not a key indicator of success. The key indicator of success is how much investments we mobilize. So the idea is started from the global investment forums that we started organizing in 2022. Up until last year, 2024, the Global Investment Forums, the countries that participated in them, they put on the table requests of investments in the region of 36 billion US dollars. This refers to a few hundred of investment cases analyzed, very concrete, very specific investment cases that share the characteristics that I gave earlier, that I delivered earlier. And out of these investment forums, we are able to link or to claim that about 9 to 10 billion US dollars throughout these years have been mobilized by the member countries of the initiative in investment opportunities supported by the hand-in-hand, analyzed by the hand-in-hand initiative, which are priorities, as I mentioned, from the governments that they participate in the region, in the initiative. So this is what hand-in-hand is doing. It's trying to support the countries to mobilize investments. We hope with the investment forum today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, but also the investment forum that is taking place globally every October in Rome, to be able to scale up these efforts and to see more partners coming into dialogue with the governments, the national authorities, in order to be able to leverage this potential that the agri-food systems are having in their countries, in their regions, in their continents, everywhere. So I wish to close by inviting everyone. Everyone is welcome to join the Global Investment Forum in Rome this October in order to explore the opportunities for dialogue, for investments that the country members will be presenting, that they are priorities of the country members of the initiative, and they have been analyzed with the support of FAO. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That has given us an insight into what the project is all about. It is doable, it is actionable, and it will accelerate agriculture in the sub-region, of course, the continent, and global as well. Counting now, he said 82 countries are on board, including Nigeria, and so we'll take some goodwill messages now. And where best to start? We'll start in Europe, where we need some of our agricultural products not allowed in, but I'm sure that as we go on and grow for investment, EU is a veritable partner. So welcome with me His Excellency, the head of EU delegation and EU ambassador to Nigeria, Gote Minot.
Your Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Honorable Ministers, distinguished Acting Governor, dear colleagues from the FAO and the diplomatic community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to stand on existing protocols. It is a great honor for me to join you today for this important national and sub-regional hand-in-hand investment forum. This initiative by the Food and Agricultural Organization reflects Nigeria's strong commitment to transforming agriculture, strengthening food security, and building a more resilient future. Agriculture remains the backbone of Nigeria's economy and a vital source of jobs and livelihoods. Yet, the sector continues to face significant pressures: climate change, irregular rainfall, and increasing demand for land and water. Irrigation, in particular, is not only a technical solution, but also a strategic investment in resilience, productivity, and rural prosperity. At the European Union, we see ourselves as long-term partners in Nigeria's agricultural journey, and our goal is clear. Aligning with the federal government strategy, it is to foster inclusive, climate-smart, and commercially viable agriculture that creates decent jobs, especially for youth and women, while building the next generation of agri-pioneers. To this end, the EU is investing over 87 million euros through the Value Chain Development and Climate-Smart Agriculture Program. And this is part of our broader Team Europe initiative, which supports Nigeria's green economy and is backed by a growing pipeline of projects worth nearly 1.5 billion euros. Just last week, we launched, together with our partners, with Germany and with the federal government of Nigeria, the 18.3 million euros EU-based TIRED project implemented by the GIZ. And this initiative is helping to address the challenges faced by farmers and agribusiness while unlocking opportunities in key value chains such as cocoa, tomatoes, ginger, dairy, and feed for dairy like maize, soya beans, and sorghum across 7 Nigerian states. In this context, a new partnership between the EU and Nigeria's National Space Research and Development Agency on innovative agriculture. This project will generate critical data and information to aid and attract investment in climate-smart agricultural practices, including irrigation, water resource management, livestock development, and selected value chains across 7 ecological zones in Nigeria. It directly complements the objective and reinforces our shared ambition to build a more resilient agricultural sector. In the interest of time, I will not dwell on other EU-funded initiatives which can also positively impact the irrigation sector and the agricultural value chains in Nigeria. And to conclude, let me commend the FAO for its leadership under the Hand in Hand initiative and the Honorable Minister for Agriculture for convening this timely forum. The EU stands ready to deepen collaboration with Nigeria and the private sector to ensure priority value chains and irrigation becomes a true catalyst for food security, investments, and inclusive growth. And together with our member states and our development banks, the European Investment Bank, and now also the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, starting operations in Nigeria, we will continue to stand with Nigeria not only as a development partner, but also as a co-investor in a food secure and prosperous future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the assurance of continued partnership. I'd like now to invite our brother from the Gambia, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security, Dr. Demba Sabali. And before he starts, may I please request that if you want translation, is on channel 3. Translations on channel 3.
Thank you, Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellency, my brother, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Honorable Ministers here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this opportunity and express my honor and that I'm so extremely glad to be invited here this morning to witness the hand-in-hand initiative presentation by the Federal Republic of Nigeria in conjunction with the FAO. I must thank the FAO representative in the Gambia and in the region for the collaboration with the Gambia in this presentation. The Gambia is, of course, 1% of Nigeria's population, but 90% similar in terms of our agricultural landscape and, of course, our value chains. This year, the Gambia will be presenting its hand-in-hand initiative in Rome, and we thought the hand-in-hand presentation here today will serve as an opportunity, as a platform for Gambia to learn and be able to improve on our hand-in-hand platform for the coming presentation in Rome in October. I must thank our brother, Excellency Minister of Agriculture. We were here 2 months ago, I and my team, on a study tour, and we must acknowledge the success story of Nigeria in your rice value chain, and I think this has not gone unnoticed, what Nigeria has done in the shortest possible time in rice, and of course also in cassava, and other value chains. Gambia, like Nigeria, our priority is rice, of course with maize, ruminants, and of course poultry. And I know this is also the issue in Nigeria. Changes are similar. Just like in Nigeria, Gambia has a very aging farmer population. Climate change is a major challenge in the Gambia. And of course, less than optimal mechanization. These are things that are cross-cutting. I thought the hand-in-hand presentation here will serve as an opportunity for the private sector to hear the story for Nigeria, but of course also the story from the other countries in the sub-region. On that note, I wish to thank the organizers, the FAO and the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but I will single out my Excellency brother, Senator Kayari, for his support and collaboration with the government and the people of the Gambia, and thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to call on the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Adar, to please address the gathering.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the EU Ambassador to Nigeria, Minister of Agriculture, my brother, Minister of Agriculture, my brother, Senator Bakar Kari, other honorable ministers that are here, Minister of Agriculture from the Gambia, and all distinguished participants, including senators, House of Reps members, former. Your Excellency, about a week ago, I received invitation for this event, and I called the FAO, and the FAO chief in Nigeria honored me with a visit, and I called my brother, the Minister of Agriculture, as well as the Minister of Water Resources, and requested that maybe our teams should meet, because this is one big opportunity, because it's taking place at a time when, pursuant to Mr. President directive and your own initiatives and leadership, we are interrogating both the absorptive capacity and drawing attention to the investment that is required in both Nigeria's agriculture and irrigation space. And it's the investment requirement of both our agriculture and irrigation is substantial. And when one adds, to borrow from the Gambian Forum Agric Minister, that most of the agriculture in West Africa is similar, or in Sahelian, meaning it can absorb more capital. Your Excellency, the Vice President, as you have advocated, as you have presented, there is no country in the world that has a greater absorptive capacity for agriculture and irrigation currently than Nigeria, in all modesty. And this is easy to understand, because most of our agriculture still is rain-fed agriculture because of limitations of irrigation. And with irrigation, a second crop or even a third crop is possible. So it's sensible and economic. Our fishing communities are also still reliant on freshwater bodies that cannot hold cannot hold significant amount of fishes. So modernization and mobilizing and getting them to move to aquaculture requires a lot of investment. The third element, animal husbandry, requires more resources, in the sense that rather than being the engine of economic opportunity, which you have recognized, this government have recognized by creating the livestock ministry, it remains underinvested and therefore a driver of conflict rather than even the driver of economic opportunity that it ought to be. Especially when one contextualizes it within the broader Sahelian challenge. The biggest challenge in Sahel is underinvestment, historic and contemporary. Therefore, a forum like this potential, supported by the FAO and the excellent communication skill of His Excellency, our Vice President, to say it better than I, that we need all resources of the world sensibly to come to the Sahel, West Africa, and in fact, countries whose absorptive capacity, both because of demography and geography, will be the most profitable in terms of investment in agriculture and irrigation. Your Excellency, as I believe you will no doubt say this better, I don't want to preempt anything in your remark. Thank you for.
Loud round of applause. Practicality during his tenure as governor of Kebbi State is still on, and the rice is still yielding results. And so don't buy rice anywhere. Make sure you go to Kebbi State. Well, that's what agriculture is all about, the sustainability that will bring investment, and he has spoken excellently to that. We will now move on to invite the one that every speaker has mentioned his name. Before we started, I asked him, what is the one thing that you would want to speak to? And he said to me, I would want to speak to food security. But before he does that, can I have 1 minute from the Minister of State for Humanitarian? 1 minute, sir? Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Because he's going to speak to poverty alleviation. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. Yes. I'll give you 30 seconds to walk up. 30 seconds to relax on your microphone. You can use mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, because it's just 1 minute, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Let me just say on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, which is also a hand-in-hand initiative, we affirm our support to this program and say that for us it's a part of our durable solution to address poverty and humanitarian challenges. And we all know Nigeria is facing both human and man-made disaster that has made many people displaced, especially in this region. And therefore, the only way we have to overcome that is to invest in agriculture, transform our practice, revolutionize it, and then ensure that we have opened up industry rather than Africa and the region serving as a exporter of raw material to stand up and process.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Your Excellency, Governor of Ebonyi State, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, Your Excellency, the EU Ambassador, Ministers, both that of Budget and Economic Planning, my brother Alhaji Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, Your Excellency, my brother from Gambia, my partner, my very good friend, Demba Sabali, the Minister for Agriculture from the Republic of Gambia, who this year is his third time stepping into Nigeria. Honorable Minister of State for Humanitarian Affairs, Dr. Tanko Sununu, other senior assistants to Mr. President senior special assistants here present, members of the diplomatic corps, permanent secretaries here present. I can also see the president of the Nigerian Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Nasima, here present. Captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm supposed to do a presentation. That's what I was, and I'm not sure if our IT people are ready for the presentation. Are you set? Trying to eradicate poverty, end hunger, and build resilience in rural communities. It aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, the African Union's CADEP, which is the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, a 10-year action plan that we are going into the third CADEP from the Maputo, Malabo, and now we are facing from January 2026, the Kampala plan. And also the FAO's strategic framework of the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life. Nigeria is honored to host this forum at a critical moment. Climate shocks, food insecurity, and malnutrition remain pressing challenges. But through irrigation, innovation, and targeted investment, we can turn these challenges into opportunities for sustainable growth, food sovereignty, and regional integration. Our task here is clear: to present concrete, bankable opportunities in agriculture and irrigation that are ready for investment. These opportunities reflect agriculture, as attested also by my brother from Gambia. The strength of our private sector nation to transform declarations into action. This forum is not only a national moment for Nigeria, Africa, and the Sahel, laying foundation for our collective contribution to the Rome Hand-in-Hand Roundtable next month. Nigeria today stands with a GDP of about $188 billion and a population of more than 230 million people. These numbers tell 2 stories. One, the size of our challenges, but equally, the immense opportunities for growth and investment. Our National Development Plan for 2021 to 2025 captures this balance. It sets ambitious goals, creating 21 million jobs, lifting 35 million Nigerians out of poverty, and securing food and nutrition security. At its core, the plan recognizes that agriculture is the single most powerful lever to achieve these targets. For us, agriculture is not only about feeding our people, it is about jobs, resilience, and stability. This is why we place agriculture at the heart of our development priorities, and why we are presenting to you today the investment-ready opportunities that can make these ambitions a reality. Nigeria presents a compelling and multifaceted value proposition for agricultural investment, built on the demographics, our diversity, and our enabling environment. First, like I've mentioned, with over 230 million people, and more than 75% under the age of 35. Nigeria offers a vibrant, tech-savvy workforce ready to drive innovation and productivity in agriculture. Second is our expanding digital economy and private sector. Nigeria's digital economy is one of the fastest growing in Africa, powering mobile and fintech solutions. Our private sector is increasingly active, from the Dangote, Olam Agri, flour mills, and Bua, to agri-tech startups and farmer service providers. Not to even mention innovators like the Samson Ogbole Soilless Labs and the Femi Adekoya Flying Farmers, who show that agriculture in Nigeria is not only traditional but also high-tech and future-oriented. Third, agroecological diversity. From the humid south to the Sahel north, our land supports year-round crops, livestock, and aquaculture, enabling specialization and climate-smart agriculture. Fourth, our markets. Nigeria itself offers a domestic market of more than 230 million people, while ECOWAS and the African Continental Free Trade Area provide gateway to over 1 billion across Africa. Well, the slide is here. So can we take us to slide number 4, which deals with the key regional, like I said, the players of the potentials that Nigeria faces. Fifth, our macroeconomic and infrastructure foundations. Nigeria maintains a resilient banking sector with increasing agricultural lending, major infrastructure investments, from the Lagos-Calabar coastal highway to the Sokoto railways and dry ports are being modernized, while new special agro-industrial processing zones, the SAPZ, are reducing transactions and building efficiency. Policy and institutional support. The Nigerian Agricultural Technology and Innovation Policy, NATIP, the National Development Plan, the Dairy Policy, the Fisheries Act, and the Digital Agricultural Strategy all converge to drive a productive private sector-led agriculture. Finally, reforms, simplified business processes, PP incentives under the Economic Development Incentive Framework provide concrete rewards for investors. These combined strengths, our people, our private sector, our ecological diversity, our markets, our infrastructure, and our policy support make Nigeria not just a national priority, but a regional partner in building food security and resilience. You move to slide number 5. The agricultural sector, the high potential and challenges. Agriculture contributes about 25% of GDP and employs nearly half of Nigeria's labor force. Yet, it remains under-optimized. This gap represents one of our greatest opportunities to transform investment, for transformative investment. Nigeria has close to 70 million hectares of agricultural land, of which 34 million hectares are arable. Yet only 20% is currently cultivated. That leaves vast room for expansion, both in subsistence farming and in large-scale commercial agriculture. Our resources tell a similar story. With river basins and aquifers across the country, we can irrigate more than 3 million hectares, but less than 10% of that potential is utilized today. Strategic investment in irrigation could triple yields, reduce dependency on seasonal rains, and build climate resilience. Then there's our agroecological diversity. Nigeria's varied roots, fruits, vegetables, livestock, and aquaculture. This diversity enables regional specialization and production. The demand side is equally compelling. With a population already above 230 million people and expected, according to the World Bank, to grow to 400 million by the year 2050. For a little bit of emphasis, I would like to just mention that year 2050 is only 25 years from today. if you can recall, which is 25 years ago, was just about yesterday at the turn of the millennium when we were told that computers would crash because of the new century. It seemed like it was yesterday. So 2050 is tomorrow. Nigeria offers one of the largest domestic markets in Africa. Rising urbanization and incomes are driving demand for processed, nutritious, and value-added products. And beyond our borders, commodities such as cocoa, sesame, cashew, ginger are already enjoying strong export demand from the African continental free trade area markets. But alongside these trends, we must also confront our challenges. Post-harvest losses that exceeds almost 40% in some value chains because of storage facilities, transport and processing infrastructure. Smallholder farmers and access to affordable credit. Productivity is held back by gaps in seeds, fertilizers, and mechanization. Insecurity and climate access to farmland and threaten production cycles. Government is responding decisively. We are investing in special agro-industrial processing zones to cut post-harvest losses and add value. We are expanding cold chain logistics, mobile processing, and warehouse receipt systems, while de-risking agricultural investment through the National Agricultural Development Fund, and recently Mr. President's recapitalization of the Bank of Agriculture. We are improving access to affordable credit. Input hubs, digital extension platforms, and private sector seed multiplication centers are being supported, alongside incentives for local manufacturing of equipment. On insecurity and climate variability, we are implementing the National Livestock Transformation Plan and working closely with the Presidential Food Systems Coordinating Unit to steer resilient investments. Despite these challenges, the outlook is positive. Policy plan, NATIP, and sector strategies provide a clear roadmap for investors. Public and private investment is rising, with more than $1.75 billion in government commitments already complemented by private capital. And data are deliberately targeted youths and women, unlocking fresh talent and entrepreneurship for the future of our food systems. Slide 6. Nigeria has created a robust and evolving suite of incentives, policies, and reforms aimed at attracting and retaining investment in agriculture and agribusiness. These measures are designed to reduce entry barriers, enhance profitability, and ensure sustainability for both domestic and foreign investors. On fiscal incentives, we have removed custom duties on the importation of agricultural machinery and equipment, lowering capital costs for mechanization and infrastructure development. Investors in qualifying agribusinesses enjoy pioneer status incentives, up to 5 years of corporate tax exemption, now restructured under our new Economic Development Incentive Framework to tie relief directly to verifiable investments. Companies sourcing more than 75% of their raw materials locally also benefit from a 20% tax exemption. Foreign investors are guaranteed the full repatriation of profits and dividends, ensuring liquidity and financial flexibility. Firms employing over 1,000 workers qualify for a 15% tax relief, incentivizing job creation and inclusive growth. At the state level, additional concessions are also added to infrastructure support and negotiated tax holidays. And under the new multi-year tax credit system, companies investing in agriculture can earn annual credits of up to 5% of their capital investment lasting 10 to 20 years, depending on the scale and consistency of the investment. Together, these incentives create one of the most comprehensive enabling environments for agribusiness investment in Africa, one that lowers cost, reduces risk, and rewards long-term commitment. Slide 7. Policies and legislation. Nigeria's policy landscape is fully aligned with our Agricultural Industries Act of 2016, promote backward integration, import substitution, and local value addition in livestock and aquaculture. For investors, the advantages are very clear. Nigeria's demographic provides one of the largest youthful labor forces and consumer bases in Africa. Our participation in the African continental basis in Africa. Our participation in the African continental free trade area market of more than 1 consumers. Our varied agro area market of more than 1 consumers. Our varied agroecological zones support year-round cultivation of a wide range of crops and livestock. Summary, slide 8, please. Nigeria presents a robust and a compelling $3.14 billion investment portfolio under the FAO hand-in-hand initiative. This portfolio is strategically focused on 5 high-impact value chains: tomato, cassava, maize, dairy, and fisheries. These cases have been carefully selected through evidence-based analysis, taking into account market demand, production potential impact. Together, they offer a strong financial and development proposition. The average internal rate of return is 10%. More than 4.1 million Nigerians stand to benefit. More than 4.1 million Nigerians stand to benefit directly and indirectly. The portfolio is backed by a combined capital commitment of, like I said, the $1.75 billion in public investment and $1.39 billion in private sector investment. At a later session today, I will take a deeper dive into the tomato, maize, and cassava value chains. The dairy portfolio will be presented by the Ministry of Livestock Development, while the fisheries and aquaculture will be taken by the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. Your Excellency, sir, your other excellencies here, distinguished guests, partners, the Nigerian agricultural sector is undergoing a transformation. Demand is expanding domestically and across the region. Youth and digital innovation are reshaping the sector. Public-private partnerships are scaling infrastructure and processing, and policy reforms are reducing barriers to long-term investment. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so very much for your evidence-based narrative. Can we please appreciate the Honorable Minister of Agriculture one more time? Amen. Our next speaker, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is not only a statesman, but also a strategic thinker with a proven record of leadership, service, and dedication. I welcome His Excellency to welcome him very, very warmly.
Kindly take your seats, please. The Governor of Ebonyi State, His Excellency Francis Ogbonna Erishi Nwipuru, ably represented by His Excellency the Deputy Governor, Princess Patricia Onyemaechi Obila, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, The Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Atiku Abubakar Bagudu, the Honorable Minister of State for Humanitarian Affairs, Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security, the Republic of the Gambia, Dr. Demba Savali, Head of European Union Delegation to Nigeria, His Excellency Ambassador Gautier Mignot, Ambassador of Ireland to Nigeria, His Excellency Peter Ryan, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals, Princess Adejoke Orelope Adefulire OFR. Senior government officials present here, Country Director for IPAD, Ms. Dede Ekwe, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations Sub-Regional Coordinator for West Africa, Mrs. Bintia Stephen Chichaya, FAO United Nations Representative in Nigeria and Economic Community of West Africa, said Husseini Gadein El Taib, the Executive Secretary of Permanent Interstate Committee for Drought Control in the Sahel, Dr. Abdullahi Mohamadou, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Africa Exchange Commodities for Nigeria, Mr. Kinka Kintunde, Senior Government Agencies, Heads of Government Agencies and Interministerial Departments, Permanent Secretaries, participants from across the West African region and the Sahel, development partners present here, and I want to single out for special recognition the Chairman of NASIMA, Mr. Jani Ibrahim, the statesman, Senator Sabo Mohammed Nakudu, the proprietor of Nakudu Farms, and Honorable Farooq Adamu Aliu, the Managing Director, Chief Carpenter and Managing Director of Malam Alu Farms in Jigawa State, members of the Fourth Estate of the Rim, honored guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Palmer, I learned that you have changed your name to African Palmer. Well done, sir. Nothing unifies humanity as much as hunger. It is a great equalizer that reveals our vulnerabilities and the shared of our existence. Hunger strips away our differences and confronts us with the reality that food is not merely a matter of survival. It is a matter of global security. Every is an invitation to stand together, to compare notes and to find collective means of scaling up production to meet the demands of our growing populations. This forum is a proof of that promise, and I'm honored to join you today on this road to abundance. Our pride as a nation is not defined solely by the size of our economy, nor is it merely about the vastness of our population. Our true privilege lies in the enormity of our arable land and the industriousness of our useful population, eager and capable of cultivating this land and sustaining viable enterprises around agriculture. They are the heartbeat of our green revolution, the custodians of our future prosperity that must feed itself and feed the world. The vehicle to this future is the quality of policies we have chosen to prioritize. At the top of these interventions stands our National Development Plan 2021 to 2025, which has set forth ambitious but achievable targets. This blueprint seeks to lift 35 million Nigerians out of poverty, to create 21 million full-time jobs in rural and agrarian communities, and to secure national food and nutrition sufficiency through deliberate and strategic agriculture. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our national investment portfolio, under the FAO's Hand-in-Hand initiative, we asserted this commitment in 2023 and again in 2024 during the World Food Forum, and again in 2024 during the World Food Forum in Rome. This aspiration is our flagship, evidence-based program. This aspiration is our flagship, evidence-based program designed to accelerate transformation eradicate poverty and eliminate hunger and malnutrition. We can success unless our national priorities are primarily aligned with the global sustainable development goals. Our investment strategy rests on three solid pillars. First, every investment priorities of job creation, poverty reduction, and absolute food security. Second, we have re-engineered the enabling environment to attract and sustain capital by reforming policies and regulations, improving the ease of doing business through single-window platforms for land registration, strengthening our investment promotion agencies, and deepening public-private partnerships to deliver critical infrastructure. Third, and most crucially, we have built a portfolio of bankable investment cases that are rooted in practical reality. These span stable crops such as cassava, rice, and maize. Cassava, one of my brothers, Hakim Shagaya, your brother Kabir, is very active in the cassava ecosystem. They have the largest cassava farm in the world in Ekiti State. The value proposition Nigeria offers for agricultural investment is not an exercise in theory. It is an open invitation backed by evidence. Our agroecological diversity, emphasized by the Minister of Agriculture, stretches from the humid forests of the south to the savannas and the Sahel of the north, enabling year-round cultivation of a wide array of crops and livestock. Our land is so rich that if money can be grown, there are certain parts of this country that you can grow money. A case in point is Kebbi State, where the Minister of Budget and Planning hails from. It's crisscrossed by rivers, by very fertile soil. I was in Yauri, the hometown of the Minister of State Humanitarian, Dr. Sununu. The whole town is encircled by a body of water. You don't need a hook to catch a fish in Yauri. If you have the strength to dip your hands into the river, you can catch it. Our natural resources are a gift for our march towards a green revolution. We have river basins and aquifers capable of irrigating over 3 million hectares, yet we currently utilize less than 10%. Strategic investments in irrigation alone could triple yields, free us from seasonal dependency, and fortify our resilience against climate shocks. Equally compelling is the market that Nigeria represents, with a population of over 230 million and growing. We are one of the largest domestic markets in the world. Urbanization fuels a rising demand for processed. As the African Continental Free Trade Area, we are positioned to be both a regional hub and a global supplier of high-demand commodities. Beyond our land and our markets lies the promise of our digital revolution. Of the 10 unicorns, 8 are in Nigeria, from Jumia to Andela to MoneyPoint to Plutaweb, to name but a few. Nigeria is a hub of digital revolution in the African. The renewed hope agenda, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is committed to converting these trends into tangible outcomes. It is a whole-of-government approach that demands urgent action. We must facilitate access to land and resources for serious investors. We must drive mechanization to reduce drudgery and enhance productivity. We must strengthen the agricultural credit system to ensure capital flows where it is needed most. We must prioritize value addition to create jobs and wealth within our borders. We must build the infrastructure that link farm gates to markets, from rural roads to modern storage and distribution systems. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this forum is therefore more than a gathering. It is a marketplace of ideas and opportunities. A bridge between our nations.
For humanitarian, please join. And I'd like to invite the NASIMA president, my brother, please, can you join on this table and also this. Thank you. Please, can we move the podium? Can we move the podium so that there'll be more space? Thank you. This one, okay. One number, okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Can you move it further? Okay. Quickly, can I please invite the representative of Nigeria Governors Forum? Yes, maybe we'll stop these members of the National Assembly that are here. Thank you. After this session, I'd like to invite members of the National Assembly that are here. The honorables, please. Please, some members here will have to take their seat. Nasima, please take your seat. Malam Shagaya, and of course, representing the governors, while we have members of the National Assembly to join. Ifad. I'd like to call on Ifad as well. Yeah? Okay. All right. Ifad, thank you. Takis, can I have Takis join this group as well? Okay. I can't. Thank you very much. Yes, no more pictures. Can we have the national anthem, please? National anthem, please.
Hail thee, our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. I think we'll break for about 15 minutes for tea, and the program goes. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture has asked me to request that we all have breakfast and, have a tea break and come back to the hall. Thank you very much.
Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. As countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the hand-in-hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritise interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritisation of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example, hand-in-hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand-in-Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organisations, civil society and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand-in-Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand-in-Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand-in-Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access hand-in-hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policymaking, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand-in-Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind. Hand-in-Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With 66 countries already members, the Hand-in-Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand-in-Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand-in-Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the hand-in-hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritise interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritisation of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example, hand-in-hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the exact carbon balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand-in-Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organisations, civil society and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand-in-Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand-in-Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand-in-Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access hand-in-hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policymaking, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand-in-Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind. Hand-in-Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With 66 countries already members, the Hand-in-Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand-in-Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand-in-Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the hand-in-hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritise interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritisation of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example, hand-in-hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand-in-Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organisations, civil society and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand-in-Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand-in-Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand-in-Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access hand-in-hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policy making, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand-in-Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind. Hand-in-Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With 66 countries already members, the Hand-in-Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand-in-Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritise interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritisation of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually communities, strengthen local economies and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organisations, civil society and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policy making, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind. Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With 66 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of hand-in-hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritise interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritisation of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organisations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding, to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policy making, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a bright, leaving no one behind. Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With 66 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth. It's about holistic, sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritise interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritisation of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organisations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policy making, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind. Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With 66 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilisation of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritise interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritisation of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further rid footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organisations, civil society and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policy making, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind. Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With 66 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach. a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic, sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with preventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritization of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate funds. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organisations, civil society and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policy making, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, but none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind. Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With 66 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach. a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritise interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritisation of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organisations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policy making, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind. Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With 66 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps T-maps to prioritize interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritization of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the exact carbon balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being
Kindly
crucial to
take your
success,
seats.
the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer
Recording in
organizations,
progress.
civil society, and research institutions.
Okay, no problem. You sit here. You don't want to sit in the big seat.
Thank you. Can we all please be seated?
Not good.
We thank you immensely.
Colleagues, please take your seats.
Can we please take our seats and settle down? Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ebonyi State, Her Excellency Patricia Onyemache Obila, very distinguished participants, please can we settle down? At this time, we would listen to Her Excellency address us. Ebonyi State is one of those states that have continued to grow agriculturally. If you've heard of Abakaliki rice, that is so important. But if you have not eaten it, then you've missed. So I would recommend Abakaliki rice with all its vitamins and nutrients. So coming from that angle, on your behalf, I'd like to bring to the microphone Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor, who would give us a goodwill message before we go into the next plenary session. Please welcome her warmly, Her Excellency Patricia Obila.
Yes. I can use this? Yes, ma'am. Your Excellency, our great minister here, seated right. Thank you so much. Let me also welcome all the participants from both in and outside the state. And also I appreciate everyone here. The protocol has already been laid. You are all welcome back from lunch break. My name is Princess Patricia Obila, the Deputy Governor of Ebonyi State, but here acting on behalf of my boss because he's on official assignment outside the country. I hope I'm welcomed. Give me a round of applause. Your Excellency, today we are all gathered on this course of agriculture and irrigation. As my sister said earlier, I am from Ebonyi State, the best state in the whole federation, as we all know. Even the rice you ate this morning and even this afternoon, the best is from Ebonyi State. And that is why I'm here, to tell you that agriculture remains the very pivot that revives the success of every country in agriculture. Sir, I want to tell you that this program we have gathered here today is very, very important. You could remember, ever since we started this food security by the president, powered by the office of the vice president. If you go to our various markets, if you go to every nook and cranny in this federation, at least we can see the effect of agriculture. People are now smiling home with lots of food just because of that initiative. And I want to thank everybody for that. Because without agriculture, there is nothing we can do. Agriculture still remains the hope of the common man out there. It is one of the oldest professions in this world. Our forefathers started it, but now we are also going into digital of it by talking of irrigation. When we talk of irrigation, we have two ways of irrigation. We have natural one, we have man-made type, but still, all of them are geared at improving the product of agriculture. Because I named the two of them as brothers and sisters. If you talk of agriculture without irrigation, you go nowhere. Because what you will even produce will be so minimal that it will not even go a long way. So, sir, as we have said earlier, I want everybody to take this lecture or forum as a very important one, because we have a lot to derive as a nation, and even some of our brothers and sisters that came from other states or other countries. One, if you look at the benefits we are going to derive from all these ones. One, it calls for brainstorming of collective ideas. By the time we finish interacting, there must be one or two things I will learn from you that you are practicing in your own area. And that one alone is part of education. And when I get home, I will know that this is what I learned from my brother, and I will practice it. It's a means of learning. Also, when we talk of agriculture, we have a lot of things to derive. Stroke to the irrigation. We talk of employment. One person cannot do it. You cannot be the head, the tail, and the middle. It creates room for also employment. And apart from that, we are talking of the market. Gone are the days that we are just on subsistence farming. We are going global. Just like my own Ebonyi State. We are feeding the whole world. But now, we want to extend beyond the global, because we have all that it takes to give you the best. On this note, I don't want to talk too much, But I'm just trying to thank everybody on behalf of my good people of Ebonyi State that are seated here with me, and also my boss that is outside the country. Ebonyi State, we are highly determined and committed to taking this course to the highest progressive level, because we know we want to feed the whole world. As we are seated, I implore everybody, be seated quietly and learn from me. I know you must have learned one or two things from me. And also, if I'm seated there, I'm also going to learn from you. I wish all of us a happy deliberation. It shall be well with us in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ebonyi State, ambition to feed the world. May God grant that ambition into fruition. I didn't hear amen. It's so un-Nigerian. Okay, we're moving on. And we're moving on to a very important aspect, which is going to be extremely interactive. So I would want one house that we're able to listen in and be able to come up with sustainable discussions going forward. As always, our passionate Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security will kick off this discussion. You know his passion, and you know that for him, it must be evidence-based. So on behalf of all of us, I'd like now to bring on the Honorable Minister, who will kick off the conversation on investment opportunities and key value chains. He's going to be speaking on tomatoes, maize, cassava value chains, and of course, all that we as a people can scale up investing for food security. Honorable Minister, sir.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. What we have here, it's the broader overview. I presented a broader overview earlier this morning. And this is a series of strategic, data-driven investment cases that reflects Nigeria's unwavering commitment to agricultural transformation and inclusive economic growth. These cases that we have today is tomato, cassava, and maize, and are designed to attract investment, unlock productivity, and strengthen food security for our people. Of course, we are all aware that Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has an 8-point agenda, of which number 1 is food security, number 2 is poverty reduction, number 3, job creation, number 4, inclusivity, number 5, access to finance, number 6, rule of law, number 7, anti-corruption, and number 8, security. You would also agree with me that out of the 8, 5 actually are targeted, well, rather the shortest and the most low-hanging fruits that you want to achieve. Those 5 out of the 8 is through agriculture. So let me start by, I have a slide here, which is investment case number 1. We speak on tomato. And of course, for those that do not know, Nigeria is Africa's 2nd largest producer of tomatoes. Yet the sector faces inefficiencies that turn abundance into scarcity. Because over 40% of what we produce, especially in tomato, is lost post-harvest. And only 20% is processed, despite strong domestic demand and export potential. This gap is an opportunity for investors to take. With a planned investment of $869 million US, we aim to expand tomato cultivation across 72,000 hectares. And you could see there we have Focano, 35,000, Bauchi, 23,000 hectares, and Borno, 14,000 hectares. Our yields will be raised from the current 5 to 10 tons per hectare to 20 to 30 tons per hectare, using improved seeds, varieties, and modern agronomic practices. Our post-harvest losses will be cut in half through cold chain development and mobile processing units. This program will directly benefit 36,000 farmers and directly impact more than, benefit 36 farmers and indirectly impact more than 246,000 individuals through job creation and value chain participation. It will also establish seed multiplication centers for high quality inputs, clean energy, powered processing plants, including mobile units for rural areas, and stronger national institutions for quality assurance and agricultural research. Move to the next slide, please. As we all know, tomato is a staple in Nigerian cuisine and one of the most consumed vegetables in the country, making it a high-demand crop with strong investment potential. Nigeria's location also provides ready access to markets in Niger, Chad, Cameroon, Benin, and under the ECOWAS, tomato paste and processed products can move tariff-free to 15 West African countries. And with the African Continental Free Trade Area, we can reach into North and East Africa, where demand for tomato derivatives is rising. The financial case is strong. The portfolio shows an internal rate of return of 12.5% and a net present value of $171 million. For investment, this is a scalable, for investors, this is a scalable opportunity in a high demand crop, backed by strong government support and clear infrastructure needs. Our message is simple: invest in tomato and you invest in food security, and invest in jobs and a profitable value chain that connects Nigeria to regional and continental markets. I know I can see some that have already are investing in the tomato field. Mala Alu Farm is one, and of course the managing director of the Dangote Tomato is seated right here, Alhaji Malang Abdul Karim Lal Keita. And listening with keen interest. And I'm sure African farmer also whose collaboration actually worked wonders, that we found a way to stabilize tomato prices that has not been done in the last 26 years. You could all remember last year when tomato was quote unquote termed as gold because it was expensive. Some places as high as 200,000 naira per basket. But we're happy that this year during the lean season, the prices of tomato had continued to stabilize. So and then the next one, let me go on to cassava. Go on to the next, yeah. And this is the big one. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of cassava, with over 61 million metric tons per annum. Yet productivity remains low, and only a fraction of this is processed into industrial derivatives such as starch, ethanol, and high-quality flour. Earlier, His Excellency the Vice President made mention of Abewa Farms. I don't know where is Hakim, he has left, of whose younger brother Kabir is there. I've visited that farm sometime, I can't remember, was it last year, early this year, where they have already cleared 10,000 hectares, and they have huge investment. I wish they would be here to tell us the potential of that investment. But here we are with a planned investment of $382 million. We are targeting 207,000 hectares in Ogun, Oyo, and Anambra states with strong cassava traditions and access to processing infrastructure. And the yields we intend to rise to over 23 tons per hectare from what we have presently between 10 to 15 tons per hectare. Post-harvest losses will be reduced by 5% through better storage and logistics, and this investment will directly benefit more than 45,000 farmers and indirectly impact over 300,000 individuals through jobs and value chain participation. It will also establish 375 processing units, including mobile facilities, support farmer clusters and cooperatives, and expand access to finance and quality inputs. By addressing national gaps in high-quality cassava, high-quality cassava flour and starch, this program will reduce imports, strengthen food security, and supply industries that rely heavily on cassava derivatives that I mentioned earlier. We'll move on to the derivatives that are in high demand across West Africa, particularly in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, and Togo, for starch and ethanol. Through the African Continental Free Trade Area, Nigeria can also expand into Southern Africa, where cassava-based feed and flour are gaining traction. Our ports and road networks further support efficient exports to West and Central Africa. The financial case is compelling. The portfolio shows an internal rate of return of 15.2% and a net present value of $18.7 million. For investors, this is profitable, scalable, and export-oriented opportunity in a crop that is strategic for both food security and industrial use. The message is clear. Cassava is more than a subsistence crop. It is industrial growth driver and an export product with rising demand across Africa and Asia. Investing in cassava means investing in food security, industry, and cross-border trade. The next investment case is that of maize. Maize is Nigeria's most consumed cereal and critical crop for food, animal feed, and industrial products. Yet, despite being a major producer Nigeria faces a huge production gap of over 5 million metric tons driven by rising demand and limited productivity. With a planned investment of $1 billion, we will cultivate 1 million hectares in Katsina, Kaduna, and Oyo states. Those are regions with very strong maize potential and direct access to markets. Yields will increase to 3.5 tons per hectare under rain-fed conditions, and post-harvest losses will be reduced by 3% through better storage and drying technologies. This program will directly benefit 420,000 farmers and indirectly impact close to 3 million people. Key interventions include establishing input hubs and one-stop centers for seeds, fertilizers, and extension services. Let me talk about seeds, especially in that of maize. We need high-quality seeds that are climate smart, climate resilient. Like I mentioned earlier, our yield as it stands today is about anywhere between 2 to 2.5 tons per hectare. We just imagine if we could just, like and I said, we have a gap of about 5 million tons every year. If we can just tweak and get high quality seeds that can just improve even by 50%, that will raise us to, that will cover our gap, our 5 million tons gap by the time you do maybe 1 million hectares. You can get additional 1.5 million tons from that alone. So, and like we have said, demand for maize also comes from animal feed. Last year we also had a challenge. You remember when poultry farmers were complaining that feed was on the high side, and which was generally, and that was because there was so much competition between animal feed, maize for animal feed, and also for human consumption. I see the president of the Nigeria Agribusiness Group, who was once the national president of the Poultry Farmers Association, looking at me. You will say something about maize because you are also a farmer. So let's move on to slide 7, which is the maize markets, which extends beyond Nigeria's borders. We are already a key supplier of maize to Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, particularly for animal feed. And under the AFCFTA, Nigeria can expand further into East Africa, where poultry and aquaculture industries are driving demand for maize-based feed. With growing domestic feed industry, Nigeria is also positioned to serve both national and regional markets as a hub for feed production and export. The financial outlook is very strong. The maize portfolio demonstrates an internal rate of return of 18.7%, net present value of $75.6 million US. And so for investors, the takeaway is very clear. Maize is a high volume, high demand crop with powerful linkages to Nigeria's livestock and poultry sectors. Investing here actually strengthens not only food security, supports also industrial growth and positions Nigeria as a regional hub for animal feed. Next slide. Well, when you look at the tables here, this is just not an investment in agriculture. It is an investment in food security, in economic resilience, and in sustainable development across Africa. So we extend this invitation to all, to you all. Join us in this transformative journey. Together, let us unlock Nigeria's agricultural potential, build resilient food systems, and deliver on the promise of the hand-in-hand initiative. Let us invest in the renewed hope. Let us invest in Nigeria. Thank you for listening.
Please let's appreciate him one more time. I think we've just got free lecture on moving agriculture forward. And I'm thinking of reverting my career, I hope not too late, to become a farmer. Okay. I have some people who are nodding to this, so the seriousness of this is the food security and the economic backing that it gives. And his presentation is now opened for discussion. This is going to be an interactive session, just like Her Excellency said. We are going to be learning from each other. So if you have questions, observations, you want clarification, I would need a mobile.
Okay. We will have few questions or reflections on the Honorable Minister's presentation. And specifically would like to hear from the Chamber of Commerce. No. Yes.
No, let me.
So the minister picked you.
There's going to be a microphone that will go around.
Well, good afternoon. We're excited that we are going to scale the production of maize in particular, because, you know, maize is the biggest staple in Nigeria. And the maize that we produce is shared between animals and human beings. So it's a very critical crop, and it is used everywhere in Nigeria. So I call on all our farmers to get into maize farming. Look at all the technologies available. Look at even those that are referred to as disruptive, you know, deploying GM technology, biotechnology to, you know, scale the production so that we meet the internal demands and meet most especially African demand on it, and be able to add value so that we can sell it. There are so many people now who are in the business of producing flour from corn, and that is very, very vital, and it's taking a lot of you know, space now. I know somebody who is whose capacity is very large. We encouraged him to even buy off from people who are hedging because of poor prices. I'm sure that, you know, so many farmers are even lethargic about producing maize now because of the dive down on the prices. So those people who add value in country will mop up this, and we have advised, the Honorable Minister knows that we are in the process of advising government to mop up maize that is in the hands of large producers who are not able to get good prices to go back to the farm, so that we don't have a problem along the way. Because towards the end of this year and the beginning of next year, the first quarter, if care is not taken, we are going to have a lot of stresses in the availability of maize. And, you know, we cannot continue to import anything I mean, we had a window. The farmers did not carry placards to say you shouldn't import. But if care is not taken, the government may have to import, and that will not be very good for the farmers. So I encourage every one of us to invest heavily in maize production. I have many things to say because I'll be on the panel at some point, and I would be able to now talk about other crops. No crop is unimportant, and I am trying to tell FAO that even though you have just looked at those 3 crops, there are a lot more that you should do because you need to balance what is happening. All farmers are important. There is no one single farmer that produces what he or she needs. We all buy from this market, and if the prices are not good and if inputs are not available, we will have groggy performance in many, many sectors, and the food security or the agri-food system will suffer. So I thank you immensely for asking me to make a comment, and I congratulate the Honorable Minister for really working very hard to bring out the potentials of our country. I remember that when he was laying out the legacy of our country in Dakar, we were selling Nigeria to African countries through AFTA. And some people were even asking me on TV that whether it was a dummy we were selling. I told them, come back to Nigeria and see. If you go to any of these markets here, food markets in Nigeria, you will see a lot of food items. The Nigerians are crying because they probably cannot afford it because of the purchasing power of our naira. But the more we produce, the more we strengthen our currency, and we will be better for it. So I thank you so much. Thank you.
Please, you can speak to the mic table. There's a mic there.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I want to crave on indulgence to turn on the already established protocol to say Assalamu alaikum to everybody. I was privileged last year in October where Nigeria presented the investment plan in Rome during the World Food Forum. And the Honorable Minister of Livestock and Food of the Gambia pitching the investment of the Gambia. Of Nigeria has been reached has been reached by any investor the post investment plan presentation, so that we could also learn from it. Like I said, my minister would be pitching our investment plan this October. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, other delegates here, good afternoon. I've been forced to say something. Mine, honestly, is just to really congratulate the government of the day in trying as much as possible to bring us, the farmers. I'm going to stop talking until the minister and the FAO. So can I continue? You wanted me to speak, so okay. Yeah, once more, thank you very much for the opportunity. I said I honestly would like to use this medium to congratulate our government, the government of President Tinubu, and our able Minister of Agri, who, I say yesterday, he was on my farm, actually, part of the sensitization going around the country to encourage us to try to feed this country. The minister spoke about tomatoes a little while ago. I'm proud to say probably the tomatoes you're eating today in Abuja comes from our farm in Jigawa State. And this is all due to the assistance of the government of this country, how they encourage us to do more. And we're doing more. In fact, there is a shop in this town that sells our tomato. They put a label, product of Spain. We don't care. As far as we're concerned, they will pay us, so let them put whatever product whatever name they want to put. But just to say that in this country, the government is doing well to assist and help us to produce whatever can be sold anywhere in the world. So FAO, let me use this opportunity to extend invitation, and also to my brother Fulani Man, the minister from Gambia. I'm sure he looks a Fulani. I'm sure you're a husband like me. I extend invitation to visit our village, to see what we're doing, so that I can come to Gambia to also invest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, before we have the next speaker, may I just advise the
Yes,
microphones
wait.
on your table are working. The microphones on your table are working.
One of the largest investor in tomato is Dangote Abdulkarim Keita. That's MD of the Dangote Tomato.
Honorable Minister, sir, I feel quite elated about this tomato issue, because, like you rightly know, we have the largest tomato processing factory in the country. It has the capacity to process 1,200 metric tons of fresh tomato a day. That's about 40 trailer loads of tomato every day. But apparently the tomato is not there. And why is it not there? Because the yield from the farmers is very low. So we need this intervention to see how the yield could be jacked up. Because currently, average tomato farmer does 10 to 15 tons per hectare. Our demonstration farms, we do 40 to 60 tons per hectare. But we have land limitation. The land is owned by the farmers. You can't buy the land off them because you are driving them into unemployment. But they can also not produce to meet your demand. So we need this intervention, seriously. Tomato is the highest vegetable used daily in this country. But unfortunately, we cannot produce enough. Or rather, we are producing enough, but post-harvest losses due to lack of processing facilities or preservation facilities to preserve it. So the processing facilities, so that the farmers can reduce this post-harvest loss. Apparently, our factory is shut down. Now, for the past 3 years, we've not run. Why? Because of massive importation of tomato paste from China especially, and other countries. And all this tomato paste we are eating here now is substandard tomato. No tomato paste carries more than 10 to 15% actual tomato paste. The rest is starch, coloring, and aroma. That's what we consume. What we produce locally at our factory is 100% pure tomato concentrate. Because even if we want to adulterate, we cannot, because the starch you have to import it to. You have to look for forex. So tomato, we can all grow tomato in our backyards in this country. And believe me, you, Honorable Minister, if today the government will say no more importation of tomato paste into this country, within 3 months, I assure you, most Nigerians will go into tomato farming. And before you know it, we will be looking for export market for tomato. So I'm very happy, FAO, we had some discussions last year in Rome, and you promised to follow up with us when we come back to Nigeria, and till today, nothing has happened. Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, you are in Rome last year too. And we were very hopeful that with the FAO intervention, I think we are going to get out of the woods, but we are still waiting. For now, we've closed down, we are watching the situation. But I think with the drive now by this government and the likes of Alu Farm, I think we are geared up to come back into operation again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I believe that's why we are here, giving opportunities for investors, showcasing the available potential in the agricultural sector. Thank you. Okay, there's...
Use the one on your table.
Hello, can you hear me now? Yes. Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Minister, and the delegations from different countries. My name is Ruby Ross. I am a Filipino. My question relates to more on the pests and diseases relating to maize, tomato, and I would like to include even ginger, which is, you have the best ginger in Nigeria, in the world. So you'll find out that pests and diseases accounts a big chunk of percentage in the losses or in the low yield of the farmers. And we are looking at that sometimes farmers are just confused on what they need to put or to use in the farms. Thereby, we are, instead of increasing our yield, the pests and diseases are affecting the yield of the farmers, right? And so my question is, for pests and diseases like, let's say, fall armyworm for maize, tuta absoluta for tomatoes. These are the recent ones, though, and the ones that are too stubborn to deal with. You'll find out that most farmers will go into greenhouse farming because the soil has a lot of blight issues. What is the support that, or partnership that FAO or maybe other stakeholders here that we can do on the aspect of pushing microbiome technology or the utilization of probiotics for soil health? Because the soil health, taking care of the soil, managing the soil, amounts to really a lot in the production of these things. So as a founder of a venture in the microbiome technology, we've been really pushing, and sometime last year we've also been able to come up with a lot of milestone with the Army Ranch. In the Nigerian Army Ranch, we have a demo there on tomatoes as well. So being here in this event today, we're just looking at how we could scale this solution, sir, and we will continue to pitch it because Nigeria is really the best place to do this, tomatoes, maize, and the presentation that the Honorable Minister did. But you'll find out that the problems are mostly in the microbiological level. And so innovators like us and our partners, what are the partnerships that FAO and other delegations here that we can do together so that we could really bring this innovation to a scale? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jerry Toby. I want to say a very big thank you for this opportunity. I want to say I represent actually the youth voices and to give accolade. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. I want to first and foremost appreciate the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security for the great presentation he has actually presented to everyone here and also to the investors and the private sector. I want to say this because when we see a pitch like this, it's because the Honorable Minister is actually intentional about the growth of this agricultural industry. And one of the things I can tell you is interest in the youth development. I was one of the privileged young person. He visited his facility where he saw quite a number of young population doing great stuff within the agricultural ecosystem, from processing to value addition to quite a number of things. And I want to talk specifically about cassava. Cassava has quite more than 1,000, I've counted over 100 stuff here that I can see what cassava has opportunity for, from starch to cosmetic to alcohol to glucose to bread to a number of things, tapioca and everything. One of the things I think investors out here should look at is the potential, if this investment comes in, how it's going to benefit young people, because you're going to engage more than 70% of the population. Investment into value addition, investment into processing, into logistics, into all these things. So it's actually a massive, massive opportunity to actually look into. And I'm here to just speak on behalf of this, on the young guys in the field, and also to appreciate the ministry, the FAO, and everyone here to say that investment into agriculture is investment into the future, investment into the young people like us that want to make impacts in our country and make impacts in the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mine is just a contribution that, yes, it's good that FAO and the ministry are looking at investments in the value chain, but also to encourage that timing is also very crucial. The maize figures we see there are way achievable. The next gold mine is around the corner, which is mostly the fresh maize in the dry season. As we approach the dry season, maize generally vanish from the markets. And so as we have this conversation around irrigation and the presentation around maize, it will be good to just let everybody know that don't wait till next year or upper year. From October, the windows will begin to open across the river basins. Let's take advantage of it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. My name is Grace Tutu Fredson. I want to ask the ministers, the panelists, talking about, my focus is the tomatoes. Have we looked at freeze drying? With freeze drying, tomatoes has the validity of 20 years. That's freeze drying to powder using osmosis process. I think in US, me and some of our executives will be in US. We intend to visit a company that does freeze drying to learn about it. Yes, it takes a lot of power, but we can also look at solar system to power that so that we don't erode for the processors, erode the profit margin. But I feel with freeze drying, we introduce it, then we stylishly phase out the pasting of tomatoes. With freeze drying, we tackled post-harvest loss by 40%. We've done the arithmetic, quickly tackled the post-harvest losses by 40%, and then we have tomatoes being valid for 20 years when well packaged. I think the development partners and the ministry should start looking into this. Our organization, Nigerian Women in Agricultural Business Cooperative Society, we already have the concept. We can work to give our documentation to support this aspect. Thank you.
So if I have the floor, first I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister for a very beautiful presentation. During the break, I approached him and Again, my name is Hugh Briggs. I work with the European Union, so I lead agriculture. I manage agricultural portfolio for Nigeria and West Africa. And from the presentation from the Honorable Minister, it looks very, very interesting. And I'm having some conversation with my FAO colleague here to say most of the value chains that have been identified in the Minister's presentation also aligns with the European Union priorities for Nigeria. When the ambassador was speaking earlier today, he mentioned the new EU-based tariff project that will cover Kebbi, Kano, Kaduna, Plateau, Oyo, Ondo, as well as also Cross River. Again, these are just the priority states, which I've also seen reflect in the Honorable Minister's presentation. Again, we also have non-targeted but also important states, which means if there's an ongoing activity that attracts the attention of the project in Nasarawa, we will go to Nasarawa. If we have a similar attraction in Katsina or in Jigawa, as the case may be, if it's very open for engagement, we will be there. The idea of the project, which aligns 100%, I would say 150%, with what the Honorable Minister has presented, is mainly like around both grant and investment. And so what we are doing is that we are coming with our grant to facilitate a lot of conversations. And I hear the pain about when Dangote, when the colleague from Dangote was speaking, and also the two colleagues that spoke about tomato. And tomatoes is one of our key focus areas. But we will come with the grant, have conversations, and facilitate STARE. Our concern is, how do we identify the gaps within the sector, and how do we upscale? So one, the idea of the project is to be able to identify active players in the space and support them to upscale. But also importantly, one of our indicators to see the number of jobs created within the next 4 years. And so that also aligns with what the Ministry of Agriculture and FAO are pushing in terms of investment. The idea of investment is, how do we attract more? How do we do more? And so with this EU funding, we are hoping that first, we know we have a lot of financial institutions, but from the European perspective, we are looking at bringing the European investment banks. They are already in Nigeria engaging. So to wrap up, I will say that I think there's a whole lot of alignment here, and I push the responsibility to FAO. I'm looking at my colleague here to say, I leave everything to you. You have all the information.
Thank you.
You can engage with GIZ.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, maybe if you could repeat your question to the Honorable Minister. Your question again to the Honorable Minister.
Please use the mic. Yeah, I was simply asking what followed after they pitched in Rome. Did they have any investors approach them, or do they have any investors that have already started business with them based on the presentation they made in Rome last year? Thank you. I hope I'm clear this time around.
Okay, our colleague will answer.
Honorable Minister, thanks for the opportunity. Just to provide some clarification. So the Rome presentation actually attracted a lot of investors to Nigeria, mostly on some of the value chain that the minister has earlier presented. So we have about 6 companies and financial institutions that are mostly investing in this sector. So we have a lot of discussions in terms of matchmaking, what they want to bring as investment into the various sectors. A key example is what we are doing with the American soybean, who are in Lagos, who were part of the discussion we had, and also with Nestle on some of the key value chains. Dansa was also part of the group, and then we have had follow-up discussions with them as well to see how we can push the investment cases forward.
there are a lot of other investment follow-ups that we are working on. But again, like you said, the colleague, from your country, what you can also use as a case study from Nigeria is the political will that has been demonstrated by the minister to be available and present this, and then to also interact with some of the investors who showed interest in the value chain that has been presented. But we can see you maybe later on to provide you with a brief of the follow-up that we have, and also the portfolios that investors were promising in the respective value chain that have been presented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tawfiq. Do you want to add something? Okay. I thought you want to add something. Okay, back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Just a quick follow-up to what the last speaker said. For Nigerian delegates, on day 3, there will be an opportunity for private sector interaction in the deal room and matchmaking decisions. And so the form will go around where you'll make your choice of what you want to speak to, or what you want to learn, or who you want to discuss with. It's going to be on investment, case study, and opportunities. And so your interests will be taken care of so that we can go into groups and meet these experts to speak to. Well, it's time for lunch. And we'll break for, it's going to be the fastest lunch we've had, 30 minutes maxima. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for your insight. I'm sure it has gingered discussion going forward. So the networking can continue as you learn about the tomatoes and the maize and the rest of it. Speak about it on the lunch table. But we have 30 minutes. Yeah. Or group photograph? Yes, okay. A group photograph. Can I invite, please, our Vento chair, dancer, please, can you come up? And my sister, Bintia, please, can you come up for the group photograph? Also, FAO representatives, please, from other countries as well. Can you please come up for this group photograph? Thank you. And members of the diplomatic corps. EU, I know you're here. Thank you. And of course, representative of Nasima, please come up for this group picture. If we have representative of the farmers group, yes, okay, thank you. IFAD, UN agencies, please, present. We can take it in batches if the queue is too wide for the lenses to capture. We'll take these, then we'll have from the Sahelian countries. Yeah, because this is so large. From the Sahelian countries, please, can we have this picture taken quickly? Honorable Minister, one more group, the Sahelian group. Thank you. Thank you. And please, speak to me if you are a delegate or a participant from Burkina Faso. Yes, you can move to the other side. Thank you. If you are from Burkina Faso, please,
You can stay here.
you can please see me before you go out to lunch.
Okay, done.
Done.
Lunch.
Lunch is at the ASO Hall. Yes, okay. The VVIPs will be right to where they would have lunch. Please, if you are from Burkina Faso, as a participant, I'm waiting here for you. My French is very poor. Burkina Faso?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you're from Burkina Faso. You have somebody here who would want to see a delegate from Burkina Faso. I'll just ask him to come. Please, 1 second. Can you come over? You're wasting time. Please, can you
Recording
quickly
stopped.
meet them, the two of them?
Fantastic moderation. God bless you, man. Fantastic moderation. God bless you, man.
Good morning, Advanced from the South. Honor speaking, how can I help you? Yes. Okay. So yes, I saw your voicemail. Sorry, I'm just getting in. So 2:30 today. It seems like Megan has blocked it off.
are you? How are you? Good to see you. Okay. Right, can we settle down and start the session? We're far behind time. I hope you had a good meal. Okay. We are now going to livestock. And I think it's very important that we go through all the value chain of agriculture sector. Please, can we settle down? Your phones should be on silent mode. Not even. Yes, so the plenary session is called Out Now. This session will be very interesting for those of you who are very interested in livestock and all the produce that comes from that particular sector. So the value chain is what we'll be listening to in terms of investment opportunities in livestock. And so for this session, our chairperson will be Al-Hassan Sise, who is the head of emergency and resilience of the FAO Nigeria. I saw him a few seconds back. Okay, I can see the man with the red tie. Please, let's welcome the chairman of this session, Al-Hassan Sise. All right, we'll have what we call an introductory conversation going forward. I'd like to invite Mrs. Christian Goodluck Oyegbule, who is a director at the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. She is going to be speaking to us. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, this podium. Please welcome her very, very warmly. So are we going to be speaking to milk and the rest of it today? Okay, thank you. Yes, okay. So that's it. She leads the discussion and it's going to be interactive, just like we had before lunch. And Al-Hassan Sise from FAO Nigeria will be, as chairman, will take over soon after her presentation so that we can have the room full of people who have listened in to her and have enjoyed and are ready to bring in their inputs. I would like to hand over the microphone to Ms. Christian Oyegbule. Ma'am, you have the microphone. Can we have a microphone?
The chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the already established protocols. My name is Christiana Goodluck Oyegbule. I am the Deputy Director, Head of Dairy Development Program in the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. Apologies that His Excellency, Honorable Minister Alhaji Idi Mukhtar Meha is unavoidably absent, and I am here to deliver his presentation. So I'll be talking on hand in Nigeria. Please, the slide. Hand in hand in Nigeria. Sorry. Yeah, hand-in-hand investment forum. I'll be looking at the dairy value chain. Okay, so please the other slide, the previous slide. Here, we'll be looking at the Nigerian map and the priority states for this program. So the next slide. What's happening? Okay, investment case 4 in dairy. There is a high demand for dairy products in milk, cheese, and yogurt. And presently, there's a significant demand in the supply of milk, and this is done through import. Nigeria has a large population of cattle, but the livestock subsector is faced with challenges, which are low productivity, ranging from poor breeding, inadequate nutrition, poor pasture management and feed, and limited access to veterinary services, inadequate milk collection, and preservation and transportation. And so we'll be looking at the priority states here are Bauchi, Kwara, and Oyo states. The main interventions will be in 3 areas or components, that is public, that is, no, the other one, please. That is public, private, and public-private partnership program. So here, oh dear, what's happening? So we'll be looking at capacity building of milk value chain actors, and we'll also look at facilitating access to finance to value chain actors, including value chain financing. We'll also look at access to improve breeds through artificial insemination through public-private partnership. Then there will be establishment of homestead and commercial pasture and further production models that will be private sector driven. Establishment of milk processing units by private sector, and establishment of private sector managed milk collection points. So the targets here are, the national production gap is 1.59 million metric tons. So we're going to increase productivity to 2,520 liters per cow per annum. Production target is 4.6 million metric tons with a reduction post-harvest loss of 5%. The beneficiaries are 37,000 farmers per unit directly. Those are direct beneficiaries, while the indirect beneficiaries are 253,080. The total investment from 2024 to 2028 is $476.8 million US dollars. This includes total private investment, which is $282.8 million US dollars. The internal rate on return is 21.4%, while the net present value is $172.5 million US dollars. So, summary of Nigerian investment plan with respect to the dairy component The total cost is $476,826 US dollars. And while the internal rate return is 21.4%, and the VPN is 172.5 million. The sustainability benefits are direct beneficiaries, which I mentioned earlier, 37,000 beneficiaries. Indirect beneficiaries, 253,080. Increase. So income per capita is 238 US dollars. That brings me to the end of this presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I'll get back to the chairman, but to join the chairman I'd like to invite Mr. Sanusi Abubakar, National Project Coordinator, LP RES. Please, can we welcome him warmly to this side of the hall? And I'd also like to invite Dr. Chidozie, TTL, World Bank, Nigeria. Thank you. And Mr. Lionel Bagodi, the FAO representative in Guinea. FAO representative in Guinea. Thank you. And I think our presenter should also be on this side of the hall. Madam Christiana, I think you should be seated here so that if there are questions. Thank you. I'll hand over to Sise, our chair.
Thank you, Madam the facilitator. Let's wait for Madam to come. No, you can sit anywhere you want. Thank you very much. Madam the facilitator, how much time do we have for this? Okay. Thank you very much. We have heard the Ministry of Livestock Development presenting the opportunity of investing in livestock value chain in Nigeria. From the presentation, we have seen that there is a great opportunities here where not only the government, but partners, including the private sector, can have a role to play when it's come to the potential. We have heard that we have lots of cattle. We have also challenges. But the challenges themselves, they are opportunity, because when we address them, we can meet the needs. So now we are here today to discuss that. It's a Q&A. We have the participant here that will be having question to ask and interaction with our different panelists that are here. But before that, I want also to say that even if it's this day is for Nigeria, is a national day, we have also invited from different countries in the Sahel and West Africa that have maybe something to say. We have the interpreter. They can take the floor wherever they want. I understand also that, we have some question may be raised and comment. We have experts in the room that can also take the floor to comment, not only to ask question, but also to comment. So without taking too long, I will give the floor to the participant, and our experts are here to respond to your question and to comment them. Thank you. You want to say something? You have a mic in the room?
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much for these opportunities. I'm from Nasima, and this is a very interesting presentation and session. My question is also linked to comment. Let me start by the fact that the Ministry of Livestock is a very relatively new creation and establishment. And I believe in that regard, they have a roadmap. I want to ask, with the roadmap of the ministries of livestock, how does it connect to the hand-in-hand initiative, particularly from the national perspectives and also from regional perspective? I think I would be very interested in having an insight as far as your roadmap is concerned. Then I can come back more specifically in terms of what further comments will arise from your further clarification. Thank you for the opportunity, and I also want to congratulate you for the very, very robust engagement and for taking the bull by the horn. And congratulations. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. When speaking, if you can please say your name and the organization you're coming from. Let's take 2 others or 3 others before we come back to our panelists. Please, yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here I am again, Grace Titi Freston from Nigerian Women in Agricultural Business Cooperative Society. I'm asking in respect of the fishing. I saw aquaculture and fishing. Just a little bit of small 30-second story. I met a Lebanese in Transcorp, and he intrigued me or got me interested in fishing trolleys and cold room chain. He told me we have a lot in our river, which you can see in Bayelsa, where they always have those whales and dolphins. And we got talking, and he got me to find out that we have a lot of international companies doing fishing trolleys and cold room exporting, but we Nigerians hardly do that. So we have the ones, nautical miles, that go 2 weeks and 1 month. So my question is the government also looking at fishing trolleys, cold room, because that is a quicker return. Yes, the capital is high, but it's a quicker return when it comes to revenue. The fishing trolleys have life span of 20 to 30 years. I'm actually a rivers girl, so I'm a fisherwoman, so I know that for a fact. And what you get, aquaculture, to culture the fish takes 6 months. But with fishing trolley, a mid-sized fishing trolley, or even the large one that goes to a far nautical mile of 1 month, you're going to have millions of fishes that you cannot get in 6 months. So I'm asking, with that value, that figure I see, a fishing trolley and the cold chain wouldn't take more than $20 million. If the government really want to invest in that, are they thinking in that direction? That's the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take 2 others. As I say also, not only we can also welcome question and comment from participants from other countries. Okay, let me come back to the panelists to respond to those comment and question. Maybe Madam.
Thank you for the first question. As the ministry was created, it has a roadmap. Right now, we developed the Nigerian Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy, which was approved by the National Economic Council, and this took into consideration other existing policies. And all these policies align with the National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy called NLGAS. The NLGAS has, is divided into 3 major components. It has 10 pillars, which has the productivity. The first category is the productivity boost, to boost productivity of livestock farmers. And under the productivity boost, we have the livestock value chain development and market access. This looks at the production, processing, and marketing of the value chains, which dairy is part of it. We have the beef, the sheep and goat, leather, micro livestock, and pig value chain under that pillar. We also have the animal health and zoonotic control that takes care of the diseases. The dairy policy also aligns with this for implementation. And we have the feed and further development to have all year-round pasture. That also, it's under the productivity boost, and then the waste, the water resources management. So the next category is the market access and ecosystem building. This looks at finance and insurance. It also takes care of livestock statistics and information for adequate planning and data management, and livestock extension services, where it looks at empowerment of women and youth in the livestock subsector. We also have the next category, which cuts across. That is the cross-cutting support. Here we look at the infrastructure development and waste management. Most of the infrastructures to be set up, to be constructed, aligns with this pillar. And we also have the peace building, security, and social cohesion that looks into the conflict of the farmers. The farmer herders clashes and ensures that there is peace in the communities. So all these pillars addresses the dairy policy, all the implementation plans in this in livestock, and it is more private sector driven. And this NLGAS is actually, is to build the livestock herd such that we have at least 2 to 3 times the population of livestock we have that can meet our protein needs, as well as it also would push economic value from the current GDP of 32 billion to 74 billion from 2025 to 2035. So there will be no gaps. The implementation of this investment will go seamless.
Thank you. I mean, let me just check. So we are talking about investment here. We have presented the opportunity, we have challenges. I want to hear, and we have the private, if you look at what is needed for the investment, it's largely for private sector. In this presentation, he talked about, for instance, some example like the artificial insemination that we are going through private and public partnership. So we have partners. So please, can you, I mean, we have the participant here. What is your thinking on how we can leverage, how we can boost the investment. The Ministry of Livestock Development has been just established, that we have seen potentiality, we have seen challenges. So those who are intervening, if they can jump on it to see how we can boost that investment. So, but beyond going that, maybe in the two questions that have been asked, we have Lionel and also Chidozie. So, Chidozie now. Chidozie, they have just 1 or 2 minutes to say on the question and comment that have been made.
All right, thank you so much. I will first of all try to complement what the Deputy Director just mentioned regarding the roadmap of the Ministry of Livestock. In addition to what she mentioned, I know the World Bank, by the way, my name is Chidozie. I'm from the World Bank, an agriculture economist, and also the quotas team leader for EPRES, the project that is supporting livestock in Nigeria. It's a 500 million operation, and that is tailored towards livestock development in Nigeria. So I know the World Bank is also supporting the ministry to develop what they call Livestock Master Plan, which is being co-financed by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And currently, I heard that it's at the verge of getting validation from the Honorable Minister of Livestock, and the result will be presented shortly. The Livestock Master Plan is a holistic master plan that will show the investment priority for the country over a period of time, including the role of private sector and the role of the public sector, to ensure that the livestock sector in Nigeria is well funded. That is on that regarding the roadmap. So there is a robust roadmap that is actually coming up to ensure that livestock sector is strong. Then in terms of support and priorities for private sector engagement in livestock, EPRES project has really done a lot to support the government of Nigeria, and we have seen a lot of potentials. From the beginning, the model behind the implementation of the project is to leverage private sector participation, but because we know for a project or investment to be sustainable, you need private sector participation to key into it. So we are looking at it from the angle of sustainability after project completion. Then there are a lot of things we are doing, like pasture development. I've heard someone talk about pasture development. There's a huge potential for private sector. So what the bank is doing is to create the enabling environment that will allow private sector to really invest in pasture development. And when we do that, it helps to a certain degree address the drivers of farmer-herder conflict in Nigeria, which is competition for scarce resources, water, and pasture in Nigeria. Again, through PPP arrangements, there are a lot of infrastructure work that the bank and the federal government is supporting, like abattoir in most of the states that we are supporting. We are in 20 states. Most of them are doing state-of-the-art modern abattoir, and that investment cannot be managed without private sector. So the government in most of these states are engaging already with the private sector that will manage these abattoirs. There are a lot of investment also in veterinary hospitals that are being constructed across the country, coaching facilities, hatchery, AI, and breed development. So these are done having private sector in mind to manage this investment. Lastly, there is this model that we took from African Development Bank Investment, that this SAPZ that they are doing, and we call it Livestock Service Center. So it's an industrial hub where all livestock-related activity will be dealt with, right? You have private veterinary medicine, you have everything related to livestock in an area, designated area gazetted by the state government to address all livestock-related needs. That is also being addressed to support. And this is an area that the private sector will also come into future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will turn to Lionel. Lionel, you have heard the potential of livestock in Nigeria, the different challenge. You work at regional level. I mean, linking it to the regional context, maybe I will ask you, so where Nigeria can put, where can we put our fingers from what you have, from your experience in Nigeria to boost the livestock development, considering the potential and the challenges?
Okay, well, thank you very much. I think first of all, I really want also to commend the leadership of Nigeria by establishing the Ministry of Livestock, because unfortunately in some countries now we are now seeing that, I mean, the livestock is under the agriculture. It's not always easy for livestock to attract some investment, and I think by doing this is something very important. I think it has been well said. I know one of the key challenges we are facing in livestock in West Africa, in Nigeria, is the scarcity and the competition for pasture and water. So one of the key things I think we should be thinking is the investment to invest in the production of feed. You know, that's something very key, because this will really help us to have a sustainable production of livestock, of dairy, because when we are talking about dairy, it's definitely about having feed available, feed and water available. So that's really one of the key sector, I think, a key area where we should be focusing. Another thing is, we all know that being able to make, as I said, available those feed and water also will help to reduce the conflict between farmers and herders. I think one of the things FAO is doing also in Nigeria, we had some projects already on that to help states to be able to identify the available raw material or feed available at each state level to be used to reduce the pressure on the natural resources. The other thing I think it's what hand in hand is help us to do is that for me also at the strategic level to be able to identify what are the promising segments, in livestock sector. And I think all of those things will be based in, as my colleague from World Bank said, on the promotion of the private public partnership, because without that we cannot be able to have a sustainable livestock development. And I think it's critical if the role of the private sector is really critical. And one thing he also mentioned, and I will finish on that one, is also the limited processing facilities. And I think that's also critical, because if we are talking this morning about the losses we are having, along the value chains, we have the same situation also with dairy production. We have the situation even sometimes with meat. So it's important also to make some investment in the processing facilities. And I think on that one also, FAO support, for instance, the Lagos State to work on development of the feedlot project here. And we are also partnering now maybe with the L-Press project also to see what we can do on that. So maybe I will stop here for the moment, but for me the key one, as I said, is feed, processing facilities, and of course private public partnership. And Madam said it very well, also the control of the disease. That's really important because it's a major constraint in West Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. I think we are at the end of the time that was dedicated for this session. But to summarize, as you have seen, we have potential. You want to say? Can we give 2 minutes, maybe? If you can go ahead for 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I am Engineer Mrs. Esther Oyeronkoluni, Director, Irrigation and Drainage, Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. I'm here with my team. I just want to mention the fact that in the area of production of pasture, we may collaborate together with investors to maybe do this irrigated field, opportunity for us to produce the pasture all year round. So as the cattle or the livestock feed on a portion, another portion is ready for them to also feed on. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to add to my director. I'm Engineer Hawa Mohammed Sadiq, a Deputy Director from Department of Irrigation and Drainage, Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. We have 406 dams in Nigeria. 200 are big dams, while the 206 are small and medium dams. And we have a lot of irrigation infrastructures that are there. Most of our dams are underutilized. They are underutilized. So we need to partner. We have to collaborate between the Livestock Ministry and the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation if we really want to get it right. I think this is the right time. So we have to collaborate with investors so that we will, hand in hand, we work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You summarize everything that we have to partner. So we have a potential, we have challenges, but the challenges are something that we can overcome. We know where we can invest, but the investment is not only the matter of the government, as you say, it's a matter of also the private sector. And through public-private partnership, we can achieve the objective that has been fixed for that. So, Madam the Facilitator, so we are at the end of this session. Thank you.
Yes, a round of applause for the participants, please, and of course our able chair. The importance and of course opportunities to invest in the dairy products have also been articulated. We go straight to the next group, which will be chaired, next panel, mobilizing strategic and innovative financing to bridge investment gaps in priority value chains. To chair this session, I'd like to call on Takis. Makes it very easy. Thank you. Thank you very much. And on the panel, we have, can I invite World Bank representing, Dr. Chidozie representing World Bank, Dr. Manasseh Isaac of IFAD, from the Nasima, architect Kabir Ibrahim. I'd also like to call Alhaji Farouk Adamu Aliu, Chief Executive Alu Farms. I'd also like to invite Dansa Holdings, Mr. Abdul Karim Keita. I hope the seats are enough. Yes. I'd also like to say that please, representatives of CBN, NISL, and yes, Courage from Tomato Juice, and President, Nigeria Agro Business Group, and Afex Commodities, as well as Mr. Kamal Raji, 360 Eco Group, Mr. John Rega, and this. Okay, and Mr. Ayomide Ogundeji. Please just make yourself as comfortable. The other names that I called will be sitting where they are seated at the moment. How many? Yes. Some will stay downstairs and, yeah. Yes, okay. Please be seated and Takis, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, moderator, facilitator. Okay. It's a pleasure for me today, this afternoon, to moderate this, to chair this session. Before starting that, however, I would like to mention something. You heard earlier today the investment cases that have been prioritized by the government of Nigeria and analyzed with the support of the hand-in-hand initiative in terms of their specifics, economic, financial analysis, and so on and so forth. The idea, as we said multiple times, is to try to support the country to mobilize investments. So for all participants here, please bear in mind that the government officials which bear responsibility for the investments are around, and they are looking for the possibility to discuss directly with investors on the specific investment cases that have been presented to you, to discuss directly bilaterally. So closing this parenthesis, we have these sessions to moderate here. All of our distinguished panelists, they heard earlier today on the specific investment cases that the government of Nigeria is prioritizing in 3 value chains, in 3 crops: tomato, maize, cassava, but also in livestock, dairy collection centers, but also the fisheries and aquaculture that I don't think has been presented, or I didn't follow exactly. Now, the reputation of this country globally is a country that it has a very strong entrepreneurial spirit, huge opportunities, as you probably are aware better than me. And we have been witnessing also since the beginning of this year or even before, changes in the development finance. So, the global changes that are taking place and redistribute development finance across sectors and so on and so forth. So there is a clear call to try to find innovative ways in order to mobilize these investments that will leverage the potential of the agricultural sector in this country, in Nigeria. Now, from my side, as a chair of this panel, I would like to hear from you. What does it take in this environment of changes in the development finance, in this environment where environmental sustainability is also pushed as key priority for interventions and investments? So what does it take to meet these two, in order to identify the resources needed for the tomato, cassava, maize, livestock, dairy collection centers, fisheries and aquaculture in this country? Now, I don't have the full names. I would like, however, to give the priority to answer to the lady that we have in the panel. So please, with your position, please introduce yourself. You have a couple of minutes. You need a microphone, I think. Yes.
You want me to just introduction, or I should go ahead with what? Yeah? Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nwaneri Olubukola. I'm the Secretary General of Nigeria Agribusiness Group, and I'm also the Director of Green River Farms Limited. When we're talking about tomato value chain, I'm going to pick on that. As a group, NABG has done a lot of work on policies to push some of these discussions and engagements we've been having. And so far, I won't dwell on that because my president is here. I will let him go ahead with that. But, but I'm going to touch a bit on the value chain. If we're talking about eradicating hunger and promoting agri, we should look at removing post-harvest losses. In the tomato value chain, everybody have been talking since, but I didn't hear anybody talking about storage. Nigeria consumes 80% of its tomato production, apart from the post-harvest losses, consume it fresh. We are not much of a paste or dry tomato powder consumer. We are more of the fresh produce. Sauce, stew, you just name it. we eat a lot of fresh tomatoes, but nobody is talking about the vast opportunity that is available in the cold chain business. I happen to also be a player. I am an off-taker of tomatoes. We support farmers, we sensitize farmers, we take from them, we move from one region to the other, and we know the challenges that are involved when it comes to handling fresh produce. So there's no cold chain, it's broken. I can say it's completely absent because what we have now is 0.000% of cold chain in Nigeria. And that's also affected the dairy sector. So there's a huge opportunity when it comes to cold chain and when it comes to investment. So all the policies we are looking at is encouraging private investors to come up and put their money where the opportunity is. And I believe that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Excellent contribution. It's true. I mean, one of the major efforts of the investment programs that we are putting together is to try to see in which way we can try also to reduce post-harvest losses, which also necessitates investments in infrastructure in order to be able to bring produce to the market. Now, if I understand well, we have with us also the representative from Dangote Foundation, right? So I know that the Dangote has been, or it is, very engaging also in the past, I think in the tomato business, there was an effort. So what's your contribution to the question in the tomato, but also beyond, in the other investment cases that you have heard from the government being presented today? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Like Madam Alia said, there's so much investment opportunities in the tomato value chain. And we invested in the processing chain. But unfortunately, we failed to invest in the production. So now we are saddled with a huge processing factory with no farmland to support it because we relied entirely on outgrowers. And the outgrowers are not meeting up on all agreed terms. So that is why the major problem is. It's not that people are not willing to invest, but lack of land, because most of the cultivable land is owned by the smallholder farmers. So you have no option but to work with them as outgrowers, since you cannot have your own piece of land, at least to secure maybe 50, 60% of your needs. So that's a big drawback, and it discourages investors. If government can come in to ensure that investors are given arable land, not entirely pushing away the subsistence farmers, but with your land, at least you have some insurance. Then you bring in the farmers as your outgrowers or ingrowers as well. So with that, then the value chain can be complete. And another thing, the NGOs that come in with their funds to support the smallholder farmers, mostly they don't invest in any infrastructure. The main goal is training, capacity building, things that are intangible, which after the program you cannot even see what it has done. I have challenged them on several fora. Look, one, invest in infrastructure. Infrastructure mainly, build an office for these associations, conference room, where they can meet regularly. Buy a pickup for the executives that they can always go around their farmers and see the activities they are doing. So with that, they are permanently there. Any intervention can reach them there. They have offices, they have effective membership. But all that doesn't happen. So when the intervention comes, the moment the lifeline of the intervention is over, that is it. No exit plan for the farmers to continue. So that's why every time we are starting afresh and we are getting nowhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So you're putting, the nail exactly where it should be. Because I mean, you are talking about scaling up. I mean, which way we can benefit. The investors are interested about economies of scale.
Yes.
And also complementary services, training, acquiring land, of course, it's a principal element, and so on and so forth. Now, I wish to say it's something that was forgotten in the morning when the investment plan of Nigeria was presented. Public contribution is really huge in this program. We were talking earlier when the program was presented about a $3 billion program in aggregate, all value chains. And the government is contributing with more than 1.5 billion with complementary services and so on and so forth in order to be able to share the risk, to share the finance, and build this enabling environment for the investor to come and invest in the specific value chains or even beyond. So in this country, I mean, there is public funding, commitment from the government in order to facilitate the investor in order to come, to build the gap and to provide complementary services. And the minister and the other persons presented the program forgot to mention about this earlier. Now, I wish to hear about from Nachima. Please tell us your opinion. I mean, you represent many businesses here. So.
Good afternoon, and this is giving us a very profound opportunity to emphasize to the business community that we are the apex body of the organized private sector. And we appreciate that the value chains of cassava, tomato, and maize are now being considered, and they are going to scale productivity. Productivity in the sense of the food system includes production, which my friend from Dangote was saying was not adequate for his processes. The distribution of that which you produce, the processing of it, the marketing of it, and even the consumption. You need to make whatever you are doing or producing popular so that you get a good market. You must be able to distribute it from place of production to place of need or use. Now, when you take all these things together, you should also do an inclusive business so that it will attract blended financing in the sense that the public finance that is available, even philanthropic finance that is available, and then private finance will come in. Together, all these will move the business to a level where it will be sustainable. And I think this is what the FAO is trying to do. Create a business that will take a number of people out of poverty into prosperity sustainably and get food security for a nation that is in their need of that. Now, to do that, you need to look at all the geopolitical zones of this country. This program is looking at the Northwest. Katsina, I think, is one of them. There is the North Central, Niger. There is the South-South, Cross River. There is the Southeast. They have Ebonyi. And they have the Southwest where they have Oyo, I think. So these are like pilots. You look at them, you look at the businesses, you look at all these competencies, and you allow these competencies to enjoy these possibilities in the system so that you take these products, three of them that you are mentioning, take them to an appreciable level and give them the optimum push to be able to become businesses, large businesses, and they will address issues. And it's very crucial that you are looking at cassava. Cassava is almost a universal product in this country. I mean, it is more consumed in southern Nigeria, but it is also consumed in northern Nigeria. Maize is a staple that is consumed everywhere. As a matter of fact, the consumption of maize is such that we don't even segregate between what human beings consume and what animals consume. So you need a very large volume of it. I think another presentation here showed that you need about 22 million metric tons. So you need to really scale this production. And you also need to deploy value addition to be able to make people produce many things from some of these things. If I will go back to cassava, the many derivatives that you can get from cassava can make you a first world. I think recently we did some work on cassava at the presidency. They are looking at agribusiness around cassava, and they are looking at all the potential in ethanol, in starch, and in many things. So you take opportunities wherever they are, and then you take them to the limit that you will be able to be satisfied in country and be able to also export to attract foreign direct investment and all that. Tomato, unfortunately, the culture that we have to take it fresh and all that is actually reductive. We must be able to elongate its shelf life by adding value to it. Otherwise, it goes bad, and sometimes the post-harvest loss can get up to 100% because of problems of transportation. If you take it from the far north, for instance, going to the deep south, and with the road problems, when you have the articulated vehicle spending 4 or 5 days on the road, before it goes to its destination, the perishable items will simply go bad. So you need to process very close to the places of production so that you elongate the shelf life. This is analogous to, I used to be the president of Poultry Association of Nigeria. We had the problem of perennial glut of egg in northern Nigeria. There is a place in Bello Road in Kano. When you approach that place, the smell coming from that place is so much. Because whatever you do to egg, it will not last more than 1 week after it has been dropped by the chicken. Whether you have an egg room in your farm where you have your air conditioning and all that, the longest you have is 2 weeks. So, but if you turn it into powder, it can last a very long time, and you can use it in baby foods and all that. And you can also get all these eggs so that you take them off of the people who have them without market. So these are the benefits that you can get from, getting real finance into production and productivity as a whole. So I think this is a very good avenue, and Nigerians should take advantage of what this presents and then make the best of it. We are ever ready to work with anybody to show them the way. At Nasima, we try to get people to understand that you can do a lot of business around agriculture, and therefore we are here, we are ready to listen, to answer, and then to take you back and even enroll you into our system so that you learn from there. Thank you.
Thank you. So you added something, an important element, of course, value addition. Let's go back to the tomato case. We have a representative of tomato business, if I understand, a small is Tomato GOS?
No, Tomato Juice. No, she's not here.
No, Tomato Juice is here.
Sorry?
Tomato Juice is here. There wasn't enough space up there. Yeah.
Because they are the people with the money. Okay. So, colleagues, what?
Good afternoon. My name is Johan Rigam, 360 Eco Group. Short introduction. In fact, we are coming out of the transport sector. We're doing gas and electric buses, and started as a CSR project, hydroponics. Pushed by the food insecurity that we have in the past years, we decided to go with 360 Eco Food, completely independent. We heard a lot about post-harvest losses. We heard about enormous population growth in the next years, 170 million in 25 years. And especially also about irrigation, about problems that we have with the climate. This is why we decided on our side, okay, why hydroponics? Because this is a possibility where we can plant and harvest all the year round, produce just in time, reduce the water consumption by up to 90%, reduce need of space, especially when we talk about tomatoes, for example, and the post-harvest losses. We can reduce the space requirement by up to 99% in greenhouses. And the problematic that we are facing is that, yes, everybody understands that we have to go new routes. We need smart, we need precision farming, but the instruments which are in place are not really reflecting it. We've been sitting last year together in Rome in a meeting where we were discussing about financing, and it is still the narrative securities and collaterals is the land, for example. Now, if I'm talking about hydroponics, I'm talking about the land size of a plot of a hectare maybe, where you need, on 1 hectare, I need 150 hectares of land for the same produce that we do in 1 year. But the technical investment is very high, and if we are 100% carbon neutral, but we need to invest in greenhouses, we need to invest in equipment, we need to invest in solar power that we can run it, but then we run it all year round. Okay. But yet it is on the one hand missing still the instruments, on the other side it requires also research. Because every of those products, if you really want to do precision farming, and this is where we want to combine automotive precision in production and farming, you need to do a lot of research. We don't have the same climate in Abuja than we have it in Lagos or in Kano. So here, on the one hand, it is research, okay, and then also extensive need of capital in the investment, while we reduce the costs overall.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is excellent, actually, because I mean it's something that it even, we know it slipped also my mind, the potential of technology, and what it needs in order to introduce all of these advanced technologies, including even artificial intelligence that more and more it dominates in our lives, into agriculture in a big country with so much potential as here in Nigeria. So this is part, of course, of the investment program. I mean, it could be part of the investment program, assuming the research needed in order to be able to adapt, right? This is to build the complementary skills, to build the capacities locally to introduce these types of technologies, of course. Okay, thank you. And you, sir, from your side, if you could introduce yourself. It's a very quick panel. We just had 40 minutes, so we're trying to be quick. So please, you introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayomide Ogudeji, and I work with Tola Magric. I'm the livelihood manager for our operations in Africa and Asia. And in addition to what has been said, I'm going to be giving a brief of scenario from the private sector angle into what the hand-to-hand initiative is doing which I would say, for example, for what FAO is currently doing and what the government is also partnering with, it makes sense because the government is acting as an enabler to incentivize the private sector to be able to invest. For Holland Magric, we have a mission to be able to empower smallholder farmers across the value chain and to support practicable and scalable solutions. So that is why we understand that irrigation is a game changer for improving resilience and productivity. And one way I see this, that we can be able to mobilize enough of investment across is to see how, I think Alhaji mentioned about the blended finance. We should look at opportunities that are going to be able to see how we can push in for the farmers across the value chain to see how we can support them with blended finance. One thing we are doing currently, we are able to, through partnership, support solar pump irrigation across our demo farms, across our operations. We have the integrated feed and the rice and grain business where we are making use of very large form of irrigation. And this can work across for other places where we are intending to expand, even across the Sahel, when the government already enables strong public and private collaboration. And I believe that when the policies are available, are in place, just like what this initiative is doing, then we can be able to promote more investment to see that we can support more investment in irrigation to boost food security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On irrigation, there will be much more tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, because the regional program for the Sahel will be presented. Of course, the element that you bring in building public-private partnerships is really excellent. I mean, this is the idea. In which way we share, we try to develop these partnerships to be able to bring the investments to the countries. Now, let's come to the banks. I mean, they have the pockets. Let's hear from them. I mean, let's start Islamic Development Bank first. IFAD, okay, from IFAD, okay, still. Still from your side. I mean, you are a funding institution. I guess you are working here in Nigeria many years, and you see the business climate and everything. You have been presented some investment opportunities today in various subsectors. Actually, it's just a summary what was presented. There's much more detail on the elements behind, including even maps that indicate how we connect supply with demand, where to locate facilities, and so on and so forth. So what would it take? What are your projects? And what would it take in order to mobilize resources for the investments that have been discussed today, that have been presented? And of course, qualifying with what our esteemed panelists mentioned. You know, the issues that have to do with infrastructure, the issues with technology, the issues with land, or other issues that you probably are aware. Please introduce yourself as well.
Okay. So thank you very much. My name is Dr. Isaac Mensah. I am here representing the country director of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, which is IFAD. I'm very happy to be here, and then also let me take the opportunity to congratulate the federal government of Nigeria and also FAO for really putting together this excellent event. So just a little bit background on IFAD, and for those that do not know IFAD. IFAD is a specialized United Nations agency, and it's actually the only international financial institution that is dedicated to addressing the root cause of food insecurity and poverty. And that we do that through investment in smallholder farmers. So already we are working with the federal government of Nigeria, investing quite significantly in food production, food system, and also bringing in the mainstreaming aspect, which is nutrition, climate, and then also mainstreaming youth and women in our investment. So already IFAD is a strategic partner of the federal government of Nigeria. Now, if you look at some of the presentations that has been done, looking at the various value chains that have been mentioned, going from cassava, maize, tomato, these are already value chains that we already have significant investment in. Just to give you a little bit of an example, we do have a little over 1 billion portfolio with the federal government of Nigeria, together with other partners who are also co-financing with us in this investment. For example, with the case of cassava, we do have an investment in the southeast of Nigeria, especially in the Niger Delta, which we call the Life Improvement Project, in short, Life ND, which is focusing on cassava and other value chains. So we are already working with the government, especially in cassava in that area. Now, in the area of tomato, we do have the special agro-processing zone, which is jointly financed with the African Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank. It's a very huge project because it's a $500 million project. And it's also looking into, at least for us in IFAD, we are implementing, we are also working with the government in Kano and in Ogun. And we are targeting tomato, which is a critical value chain, and also rice. And then also, if you look at the Middle Belt, we have another project which we call the Value Chain Development Project, which is focusing on rice and cassava. So pretty much all of our portfolio, we are working together with the government in all the value chains that has been mentioned. So in terms of strategic alignment, it's already there. Now, what are the entry points that we could sort of envisage? And here I want to also share one of the excellent examples that we have in our project, which is the Value Chain Development Project, where we do have quite a lot of investment in infrastructure. But the point I really wanted to also mention here is that, in as much as we are also investing in infrastructure, we might also want to look at the business aspect of it. You see, because once you provide the markets, there is also the business component that has to come in. And one of the things that our project has done is what we call the Commodity Alliance Forum, which is a sort of a a 4P model where we bring together the public, the private, and the producers in a very cohesive business environment to really do business. So what we do is that we do provide quite a lot of financing to the government, and then also we also have a private sector window. So this is also an information that I would like to share to the private sector here, that we do have a private sector window, which globally we've sort of advanced something a little over 120 million to solely private sector businesses that have viable business proposal and they are themselves financially stable, and the proposal sort of align with the mandate of IFAD, which is sort of looking at smallholder farmers in addressing issues of food security and food production.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you find the opportunities presented here, fertile space also for additional interventions in the country here. So from the World Bank, let's hear also from your side. I mean, we heard you also earlier when there was the discussion on the livestock value chain, but I mean, let's be a bit broader. I mean, there is a big investment program. It's just 5 value chains, but there is much more to come because, we roll out and we build as we go. So from your side, I mean, in order to be able to mobilize development finance now, collaboration of the World Bank with private sector and so on and so forth, what would you like to see in order for this to happen?
All right, thank you so much. So first, straight to your question, what is needed to mobilize private sector investment? I think from the World Bank perspective, the selection of priority value chain is done in consultation with the private sector. Yeah. And that is our model. If you want private sector to be engaged or to mobilize them, you have to align, make sure that you align with their value chain of interest. And we have been having consultation. In 2021, we published a document in Nigeria, Transforming Agribusiness, and it was in consultation with big private sector, even like Olam and big agribusinesses in Nigeria, to first of all agree that this value chain that we have selected is of interest to them. That is the entry point. Then we did that and we selected the value chain together where they have the potential to invest. And the analysis also took into consideration the value chain that have potential to create jobs, to improve food security, depending on the priority of the government. If the government wants to pursue food security agenda, what are the value chain they should be looking at? But the good news is that, all the value chains mentioned here, in this meeting today, we are all in line with our findings, right? And we have been supporting this value chain before now. But currently, we have a pipeline operation is still under preparation, and we are discussing with the federal government of Nigeria. The operation is called Sustainable Agribusiness for Growth Project. It's a 500 million USD project that we are deploying to support few value chain, cassava, maize, soybean, and the rice value chain. It could be more than that because we are still having conversation with the Ministry of Agriculture to see areas we can. And the entering point for us is to tackle the key challenges. We have had conversation with the private sector, and we have asked them, what do you want the government to do that will enable you to function optimally to support agricultural development in Nigeria? So the focus of the project is to, we have public sector, you have public investment, and we have the private investment. So what do we need the government to do that will help you to function well? So we are taking it from that angle. So we create the enabling environment. So we have identified so many challenges that the private sector has highlighted that this is what we want you to do. And if we are able to do this, we will be able to increase production from this to this. And that is what we are focusing. The 2 or 3 things that have come up consistently is, one, the seed sector in the country. We need significant investment in the seed sector. Seed is the key, is the foundation. And the bank is also focusing on, policy reforms around seed sector that will allow private sector to function very well. If you don't get it right, improvement in seed sector increases productivity by 20%, just investment, having a good improved seed. The second is fertilizer quality. What can we do to ensure fertilizer quality? And also there are areas around farmer registration to know your farmer. Who are the farmers that you are supporting? Digital soil map of Nigeria. So there are a lot of investment opportunities that we have discussed with private sector, and they say if you can intervene in this area, we'll be able to mobilize resources, to invest in a couple of value chain. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, all of our distinguished panelists. As I mentioned, it's a very short panel, but I hope if the moderator allows, one question to address to the panelists. Okay, well, you have been very popular today because of your t-shirt. I would like to give the floor to somebody else. So, please, the lady. I'm sorry, the lady. So please, a microphone.
Good afternoon. I'm Mrs. Esther Adebayo. I'm the President, Women and Youth Agro-Processor, Agri-Gen and Exporters Initiative. From my past experience, there are some major areas that have been affecting our food security. We have been practicing them before, but all of a sudden, these areas were neglected. Number one, the grassroots must be carried along if the problem of food security will be solved. The people at the grassroots, the farmers, the youth, the women, must be carried along, and interventions must be to them directly. Then, in the food security areas, there are 4 P's that must be taken care of: the production, the preservation, the processing, and the packaging. And in 83, 84, the program for food security was handled by NISPRI. Thereby, on the farm projects and facilities were approved. We have on the farm, at the farm gate, facilities that farmers can drop their products immediately after the harvest, which was able to reduce post-harvest losses. Then the use of the agric extension was very, very crucial to the program. which was carried out then. Then above the local facilities that were provided for farmers then, silos were built. Some food processing centers were built by Better Life for Rural Women. These processing centers were stationed in the farms, some at the local government, whereby when farmers harvest their produce, they bring to that center, and we have youth and women that process this produce and send to the silos. But all of a sudden, we heard that most of the silos have been sold. The NISPRI is no more even participating in the on-the-farm project. And that has been the main problem. And we have to solve that problem if the problem of food security is going to be addressed. Those areas must be addressed.
Thank you very much. I don't think we have time for anything more. I wish to thank all our distinguished panelists for their contribution. I think important elements they came into the discussion because we focused on the investments, but of course we didn't mention much about technology, inclusiveness that the lady mentioned earlier, economies of scale, and so many other things. The introduction of the private sector, in which way we can scale it up, and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Takis. And thank you, member of the panel. I think you should take a group photograph before you go. Yes. And also a very loud round of applause for the voices we heard from the rural areas. Ma'am, thank you very much for speaking up. Yeah, for speaking up for those who are in the rural areas and the real farmers, the real heroes of agriculture. Thank you. Actually, this conversation continues. There are some questions that people still want to ask, but please, you can meet any member of this panel to continue the conversation. But in the interim, I can see some of us and we're taking cognizance of the human angle. So I'd like to invite Patrick, who will summarize what has happened since AM. Yes.
Thank you very much. Let me stand by existing protocols and summarize whatever we have discussed today on behalf of my colleagues, rapporteurs. So this day has been very interesting with high-level speakers, and I'll go straight on understanding, first of all, why were we here? And this question was clearly answered by the Vice President, who said nothing unifies humanity as much as hunger. If you remember that statement, now you know why we are here. So on how we resolve this issue, there was also a highlight that Nigeria has huge potential, close to 70 million hectares of agricultural land, but only 30% of it is cultivated. So a lot of effort is still needed, and it was noted the hand-in-hand initiative is one of the initiatives that bring all together in a collaborative approach using evidence-based solutions and aimed at mobilizing partnerships across government, private sector, and development agencies. Someone said it very well about the hand-in-hand, Dr. Hussein, who indicated that now we are moving from anecdote to evidence, and identifying exactly where investment should go to bring the greatest return. So in terms of what Nigeria is really doing, throughout the day, we benefited by showcasing Nigeria's investment-ready agricultural opportunities to catalyze transformation. And this included a robust and compelling $3.14 billion investment portfolio under the FAO hand-in-hand initiative. And this is strategically focused in Nigeria on 5 high-impact value chains, notably tomato, cassava, maize, dairy, and fisheries. To illustrate, for instance, in the dairy sector, it was noted that Nigeria faces a dairy production gap of 1.59 million metric tons, and the target is to increase productivity in the sector to reach as much as 2,520 liters of cow milk per annum, with an investment of $476 million between 2024 and 2028. There was also a mention of challenges, especially this afternoon, regarding why there are challenges to support the private sector by investors. And this included issues around post-harvest loss management, seeds and fertilizer quality to guarantee productivity, farmers' registration to get organized, and also limited information on soils and their potential. So some key takeaways, 3 of them, and follow-up. Nigeria's agricultural sector is ripe for transformation through strategic investment in irrigation, mechanization, and value chains. There is also a strong need for public and private partnerships, and some policy reforms are essential to unlock agricultural potential in Nigeria. In conclusion, continued support is needed from partners in order to reach the scale and impact we need for Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Let's also appreciate Patrick for putting that succinctly together, what we have been witnessing today. Please, let's once again acknowledge and appreciate him. Yes, at this moment, I'd like to call on Engineer Esther, who is standing in for the Permanent Secretary of Federal Ministry of Water Resources, who would give us the closing remarks. Engineer Esther, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished personalities, delegates from within and outside Nigeria. It's been a very unique time together on this great event put together by the Food and Agriculture Organization, whereby we were able to meet, and we are still tomorrow, with the various investors that want to invest in agricultural value chain in Nigeria, talking of hand-in-hand initiatives. We can't do it at any other time than now that as part of our agenda, to boost food production in Nigeria in a sustainable way, we are getting it right, and we want to appreciate every one of us for taking time, to be together since in the morning when we came in for the opening ceremony until now when we just rounded up the panel of discussants. I want to appreciate everyone, the delegates, the investors, the FAO team, and as we look forward to continue this event tomorrow, we still want to encourage you, make it a date, to come together. The outcome of this critical event is very pertinent because it means that we now move on to strategize, not only talk show, but action. We wish us a happy evening. And for those that are just visiting Nigeria for the first time, or maybe you are still around the second or third time, please make sure you enjoy yourself in a beautiful environment. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Esther. A couple of announcements. We start early tomorrow on time. Here is a lost and found notebook. Yes, okay. You identify yourself and you come for the notebook. In the interim, I think it's been a wonderful day. We'll see you tomorrow, God willing. Give yourselves a very loud round of applause and see you early tomorrow. Good night.